right, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. And welcome y'all to the October 18th, Tuesday regular commission meeting held here at Fairhope. Today we have the honor and privilege of having our highway engineer, Joey Nunley, present us with an invocation today. What it says. Sometimes I got that wrong last meeting, so
you're good.
And then followed by you, Mr. Nunley, we're going to have Matt McKenzie lead us in the pledge. Commissioner McKenzie.
All right. So if you just, I would like to take just a second to just kind of explain. We go to Three Circle Church. We just started this series called on Nehemiah, and as I was reading through it, going through with the sermons with the pastor, just reminded me a lot of what we all go through, especially you four sitting up there. So I just kind of wanted to summarize a little bit about what the story is about. Obviously, Nehemiah was the one that built the walls back in Jerusalem. Well, after hearing about the walls being torn down, the first thing he did was he prayed. After praying, he received God's direction and his blessings, and then he acted. He then took a risk and approached the king and asked for permission. He then connected with his community leaders. He used his resources wisely. He overcame adversity and distractions along the way, and he accomplished incredible work in an incredible amount of time. And it just reminded me a lot of what we go through sitting up here as you four go through, especially with your positions and your roles. And I just wanted to just kind of give you that word of encouragement that we will face adversity, we will face distractions, but with God's blessings, we can do a lot of things, a lot of good things. So if you would bow with me in prayer. Lord, we just come to you in prayer, Lord, and we're just so thankful that you give us these words in the Bible with Nehemiah and the stories that we can relate to today, Lord. And we just ask for your blessings and your guidance and your directions for this meeting, and let us make wise decisions. Give us discernment. Let us battle through the distractions, battle through the adversities, and let us do incredible things in incredible times. Thank you. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, commissioners. This morning before us, we have our October 4th regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion and we approve the minutes from October the 4th, 2022 regular meeting.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gruber to approve and adopt the October 4th regular meeting minutes, and a second by Commissioner Underwood. Any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Commissioners, I'm going to take something out of order just for a second. We're going to item FA2. Mr. Bester Ward is going to approach the podium and pick back up where we left off yesterday when we didn't know what this was about. And Mr. Ward has got a port board meeting to get to, so I told him he could go first.
Thank you very much for taking me out of order. I do appreciate that. My name is Bester Ward. I'm president of Ward Properties in Mobile and live over here in Point Clear. And I know this was a little bit of an unusual request yesterday, so I thank y'all for asking me to come down and try to explain what we are working on. Commissioner Gruber will remember about 10 years ago, my partners and I owned all the property, which is now Live Oak Landing. And when we sold the property to Baldwin County, we subdivided off about 150 acres, which is located on the southwest quadrant of 225 and I-65. And we've held this property since 2001. And so with the things that are going on in the port, with all of the port traffic building up and now Novelis breaking ground, we were looking at the property and felt like it was ideally situated for what we call a logistics park. A logistics park would be something similar to what you see maybe outside of Savannah, Charleston, or going into Atlanta, where you see the great big warehouses and distribution centers. It's not manufacturing, industrial, or anything like that, but it's distribution centers. So when these containers come off the ships or when the product comes out of Novellis, there's either some way to package, repackage, distribute, do things like that. We intend to build these buildings ourselves and own them. The look will be tilt wall concrete, not metal buildings or anything like that. So it'll be what we call Class A warehouse space. And so the strategy that we've tried to employ is EDPA has this program called Advantage Site Program. The mega site was part of that Advantage Site Program, and I probably should have brought some of these outlines, but you can look online on the EDPA website, and they've got the outline of all the information that you need to accumulate in order to get the site listed as an Advantage site. And it goes through all sorts of things like Phase 1 surveys, environmental issues, goes into all sorts of endangered species, wetlands delineations. I've probably got another 100 pages beyond that I have assembled. The intent is we would like to build these warehouses out there. I've got sort of a preliminary site plan of it. This is very preliminary, and we think we can build somewhere between.
Is that what we got on our screens out there?
Yeah.
Saving you a trip.
It's probably, that's showing about 1,000,002 square feet. We think if we work on the site plan and clean it up and do that, we can get somewhere closer to 2 million square feet out there. I don't know how long it'll take to develop it. It'd probably take 10 years or something like that. But that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get the site qualified for the EDPA Advantage Site Program. And one of the things that they request in there is an approval from whoever the local governing body, whether it's a city or county commission or whatever, saying that y'all are aware of this and that y'all are in favor of us trying to work on that, and that's to be included in this package. That's actually this is the last piece that I need to get this submitted to Advantage Site, and so that's what brings me here.
Okay. Do y'all have any questions for Mr. Ward?
And I think it's a good deal. It's going to make, give some space for warehousing, which is going to be needed.
Thanks for clarifying it. Yesterday, we didn't understand where the site was located, and so now that we know that it's south of the interstate and not contiguous to Live Oak Landing, then that clears that question up.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Brad, are you okay with us providing this letter of support?
I am, if y'all deem it appropriate. I don't have any problem with that.
I know is this letter of support still in our packet, the original? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ward.
All right, thank y'all. Appreciate it very
We need
much.
to probably take action on that, Commissioner. Item FM2, I hear a motion.
Motion.
Excuse me. That's not, I got that. I got it
FA2.
wrong. FA2.
A motion to give a letter of support for the North Baldwin Logistics Park from the commission.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Commissioner Underwood, a second by Commissioner McKenzie. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Thank you very much, and when I get all this information bound, I'll get you a copy of what we're doing, so y'all will have it at your fingertips.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Commissioner Gruber, I need you to pay our bills.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, make a motion that we pay the bills totaling $5,824,775.89, with the exception of those vendors commissioners request to be pulled, which are listed in the Baldwin County accounts payable. There is none. Of this amount, $480,630.31 is payable to the Baldwin County Board of Education, and $35,188.39 is payable to the Gulf Shore Board of Education for their portion of the county sales and use tax.
Commissioners, you've heard a motion?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a commission. We do have a commission up here. We got a motion by Commissioner Gruber, second by Commissioner Underwood to pay the bills, as stated by Commissioner Gruber. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, next up, Commissioner, we are on our consent agenda. We're going to go through this kind of slow because there's a lot of corrections and things like that from yesterday. So when we adopt our consent agenda, just note that item CC2, we replace the word repave with regravel. Item CE10, you can note that there's a contract forthcoming from staff pending legal review. Item CE11, we corrected the prices as well as we did on CE12. On item CH2, there was a replacement attachment. There were some revisions to the names of the parties listed, so that's in our packet. CL1, when we approve that as well, we need to note for the record that that will take place on January 1st, 2023. CP1 came up with the name of the launch at CR6. And CQ10, note that we approved that with the exception of recommendation 2, where the applicant declined the position.
Okay.
And that's it. So that's a lot to remember when we make this motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I will make the motion, and I will go through the list of revisions. I'll make a motion that we approve our consent agenda with the revisions of item CC2, replacing the word repave with the word regravel. Item CE10, there's a contract forthcoming, pending legal review. Item CE11, correcting the amount to $14,000, not $114,000. Item CE12, this item has been replaced to reflect the proper accounts and amounts for budget amendment. Item CH2, there's a replacement attachment with minor revision to the names of the parties listed in the agreement. Item CL1, staff recommendation revised to include effective date of the policy to be January the 1st of 2023. Item CP1, staff recommendation revised to reflect the name change to the launch at CR6. Item CQ10, approved with the exception of staff recommendation number 2, which means that we are declining the position. And I think that's all of them.
All right, so Commissioner Underwood, just note for the record that on CQ10, the applicant declined the position.
Applicant, yeah. Applicant.
Not us.
Asking the applicant.
No, the
That's
applicant.
solid waste, okay.
The applicant declined.
Okay, I was getting mixed up with that.
All right, so y'all heard a motion to adopt the consent agenda from Commissioner Underwood.
I'll second that.
We got a couple of seconds. Let me see who I'm going to take. I'm going to take Commissioner McKenzie on that second. So we got a motion by Commissioner Underwood, a second by Commissioner McKenzie to adopt our consent agenda with the corrected inserts that have been put in there. Any further discussion on this topic? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Where are we at now? We on presentations?
Yes.
Presentations.
Making sure. I saw that last one for the consent agenda. I was just making sure that we didn't need to do something. All right, we're up to our presentations now. And the first presentation will be Resolution 2023/002. This is commending Representative Joe Faust for his distinguished public service. Commissioner Underwood. hang on just a sec. Where's the family of Commissioner Faust? I mean, Representative Faust. Do y'all want to step up to the podium real quick?
Go ahead, Ray.
I sort of hate having my back to them. I should have done this up there. This is a resolution. Go ahead and put these on. Please don't take my picture with these on. All right, now you can take it away. Commending Representative Joe Faust for 26 years of distinguished public service to the citizens of Baldwin County and the state of Alabama as a state representative for House District 94 and as Baldwin County Commissioner. Whereas Joe Faust was first elected to the Baldwin County Commission in 1996, where he served with distinction in a number of roles, including Commission Chairman, Commission Vice Chairman, Economic Development Committee Chairman, Parks and Land Management Chairman, Environmental Resources Vice Chairman, worked to make single-purpose roads across Baldwin County were fixed and paved, helped work with state officials to make Jimmy Faulkner Drive a reality, and took great pride in being open and available to every citizen of Baldwin County. And whereas Representative Faust was elected to the Alabama House of Representatives in 2002 to represent House District 94, where he has used his position as a state representative to write and pass meaningful legislation for the people of Baldwin County and the state of Alabama, including creating the Community Capital Fund to help provide needed funding for groups and organizations across the county, creating a property tax freeze for senior citizens, changing state law to make it easier for victims of storm damage to fix their homes, creating the Barnwell Historic Landmark District, designating Baldwin County as a future site for a historical museum of the U.S. Armed Forces, allowing Baldwin County employees to participate in the retirement systems of Alabama, increasing penalties for animal abuse, lowering car tag and registration fees for veterans and farmers, creating the Alabama Commission on Tick-Borne Illnesses, and passing legislation requested by Fairhope Elementary students to have the brown shrimp declared the official state crustacean of Alabama. And whereas Representative Faust has served on a number of legislative committees that have key roles in Baldwin County, including the Baldwin County Legislative Committee, the Agriculture and Forestry Committee, and serving currently as the Vice Chairman of the Transportation, Utilities, and Infrastructure Committee, and whereas Representative Faust has served in a variety of other roles, including being a former board member of the Baldwin County Economic Development Alliance, the Eastern Shore Chamber of Commerce, and the Marietta Johnson School of Organic Education. He is a member of the Masonic Order and founded the organization Clean Water Alabama to bring awareness and education about the importance of clean water and conservation to Baldwin County and the state of Alabama. And whereas the service and leadership of Representative Joe Faust is characteristic of the service and leadership he has shown to the people of Baldwin County throughout his decades-long career in public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Baldwin County Commission and regular session assembled that the Baldwin County Commission commends and congratulates Representative Joe Faust on his service to and achievements for Baldwin County and its citizens. And further, be it resolved that a copy of this resolution recorded in the official minutes of this honorable county governing body and embodied in resolution number 2023-002 of the Baldwin County Commission be conveyed to Representative Faust in sincere praise and as a small token of appreciation on behalf of all the citizens of Baldwin County, Alabama.
I promise you I won't be long. But I do want to tell you that those 26 years flew by. And once a young man become an old man. But anyway, I just was blessed beyond words to have that privilege of serving the people of Baldwin County. And, I better shut up because I'm fixing to get teary-eyed. But thank y'all. Thank you. And let me tell you, horse macking, I was talking about it a while ago. It takes real people to put your name on that dotted line to run for an office. And I'm proud of each one of y'all. Y'all doing a wonderful job. As all the mayors, all the council people, they all had to run too. So anyway, it's a big decision to make. And come up here. You have to have a good partner to do it. And I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you.
Joe, you the chair and need to be right in the center. Come on, family, everybody. Our attention.
Come on. That's all.
Center it up. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. A lot to read.
Hey, y'all stay around just a second. We may have something to say. So you always got something to say.
Can't leave yet. Just a few more minutes.
Everybody tries to run out when they get their presents. Get out of here.
They're ready to go.
Y'all hang on just a second. We always like to say a few words about the presentations that we give. It's such a monumental token that what's fixing to walk out of this room, y'all don't realize is years and years of service to this state and to this county. And before all that just walks out of here and, those times start happening where we don't keep in contact much anymore like we used to. We got to make it a bit better efforts to do that. The commission always likes to have some last minute words. And I will start off by allowing Commissioner Gruber to go. Since he's been here, he's our senior commissioner that's been here longer than any of us and knows, I still call him commissioner, but commissioner / Representative Faust, longer than any of us, and as far as working in the political world. So I'll let Commissioner Gruber go. We can follow on down the line with Commissioner Underwood, Commissioner McKenzie, and then myself. Commissioner Gruber?
Yes. First of all, thank you, Representative Faust, for being there for the citizens of Baldwin County. Your office was always open. You had an open door policy. And it didn't matter what time it was, but people would always call on you, and you was able to always help them. They might have not been happy with the decisions, but you was always able to give them an answer, which made it very nice and good. We go back several years, and we had some great moments on some stuff that we was able to create, and And I sincerely thank you for your dedicated service to the citizens and the residents of the state of Alabama. You have created quite a few bills. Now, this is just a few of them, what was noted. And I see we got Representative Davis. He was one of the partners with him. And, y'all did a lot, and people don't realize what y'all were doing. And personally, I thank y'all for what you do, and good luck. And I'll be keeping contact with you.
Thank you, Joe. I think the first time I knew your name, but the first time I really ever met you and Sharon was on the plane coming back from an Alabama football game, Roll Tide. And I think it was about, maybe 12 years or so ago. And from that day on, every time I saw you, you remember my name, you remember who I was, and that means a lot. You care about the people. And one thing you said to me was, I'm for the people, I just want to help people. And I can't look at Andrea, she's going to make me cry. But, and that's what you did. Your door was, like he said, always open. If it was something that sometimes there's things we can't do, and you would say, sometimes I just want to talk to you. And you were always there, you always answered the phone. If you didn't answer the phone, you called back. And you believed in me when nobody else believed in me. And that means a lot. I will never forget that. You put yourself out there for an unknown, and that means something. It really, really does. I hope you don't regret putting yourself out there for me. But I appreciate you and Sharon more than you can imagine. When I had questions about things, because you were a commissioner before you became a representative, there was always words of wisdom and just great advice. And sometimes you'd have to reel me in, because I like things to move a lot faster than they can. And you're not going away. You're just right down the road.
That's right.
So we'll still be calling you, asking you for words of advice and wisdom, and we just love you guys. And thank you, family, for being here today. Appreciate you guys.
I don't have to say a lot. Joe knows how I feel about him and his family. He knew my grandfather, my family. I've known him all my life. It's hard for me, sorry. When I was a trooper and over Division A driver's license, me and Joe would have a relationship that anytime a citizen would have a problem with a driver's license issue, he would always reach out to me. And I would do the same with him if some law that I wanted to help get passed. We just had that relationship, and he helps the people here in Baldwin County. And Joe, you and your family are awesome, and I really appreciate it, everything you've done for me. You helped me run this campaign, and you helped me when you could, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. I think we could say 4 different things about Joe Faust, and the things that they'll all boil back down to is just service-minded and cares for the people. I've known Joe a long time just through acquaintances. I was really good friends with another representative that we just did this for not too long ago named Harry Shiver. I don't know if any of y'all know him, but he's a representative that was not very well known in the state house, but that's a joke for those that was watching. So, I would always come into contact with Joe and Sharon, and I had some issues early in life, some things that needed to be, I needed direction on where to go to get some things started, and Commissioner Faust helped me out with that with my family, and got us on track way before, I would say maybe 10 years before, 15 years ago, before I was even thinking about getting into the political world. So I just knew that I had a person to call at that time to help me out with something. And he's always remembered that and asked me every single time that I see him how my family's doing, how's everybody doing. It's the first thing he asks anytime he sees me. So definitely know that Joe cares about the people of this county, about the people that he works with. We went up to, I'm so glad that we got to go up to the county days in Montgomery when we went and sat in your office. It was quite comfortable. I mean, when I walked in there, I was trying to figure out if people were working or relaxing or what, but you had the setup. You had some nice chairs in there, some recliners, and we would just kick back, and on that day, we needed an answer. I mean, we needed something, and we asked you if you could help us out, and you picked up your phone and made a call, and within 5 minutes, the person that we needed was standing in your office, and that's powerful. That's what kind of connections you had also up in Montgomery as well. And you got our answer. We didn't have to wait days or weeks. We got it in 5 minutes. So that leadership takes a while to build up to that. It takes a while to gain that respect. And I look forward to spending some times with y'all outside this political world, or catching you at a dinner or something like that one night. But you're right. You're just down the road, Joe, and we may leave. I hope your phone number doesn't change. I still got that in my phone, and you call me, I call you. That's how it works. And anytime you need anything, you give us a call, and we'll do the same. And we just again appreciate your many years of service. Ms. Faust, thank you for putting up with it, because that's all part of it as well. And his family, the children, you went through it just as well. So a lot of times, when your parents are involved and stuff like that, it's not a lot of home time, and I find myself at home very seldomly. So it takes a toll on the whole family. But at the end of the day, I think families that are involved in this world understand that we're doing what's best for the people, and sometimes that we have to pay a price to do that. And but we always recircle back with the family at the end of the day. And Joe, you do an awesome job at that. So with that being said, Commissioners, I hear a motion.
Motion to pass the resolution.
Got a motion by Commissioner Underwood, a second by Commissioner McKenzie to adopt this resolution for Joe Faust, many years of service. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. I think deserves another standing ovation.
Y'all ready to bless my heart again today? I hope all those things are true.
They were.
But you don't keep a record. You just do what you have to do. It's been a pleasure for me to work with y'all. And like you said, I'm just down the road. And Sherry don't like me to be at the house.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Faust, if y'all want to go, you can go now. If y'all, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
So as they leave, guys, we have some seats that'll be opening up front here. If y'all want to, some of y'all want to have a seat.
You want it off or on?
You got it. All right, guys, next up, we're going to have Another distinguished gentleman approached the podium. We got Captain Darren Williamson, Baldwin County Sheriff's Office, will be receiving Resolution 2023/19. If everybody involved in this would like to step up. Y'all don't be bashful in the back. Y'all can come on up too and support your guy. Oh, he's got his family with him? He got a bunch of families with him. Got the law enforcement family, got the real family. You can go on down there, Matt.
You just want me to go down?
Yep. If you want to. Hey, Matt, if you want to take that microphone and kind of swing it out to the side.
That's full turn. Yes. So there,
There you go. That way you can.
This resolution commending Captain Darren Williamson upon the occasion of his retirement as captain of the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office and for his years of distinguished public service. Whereas Captain Williamson began his law enforcement career as a reserve officer with the City of Fairhope in 1985 and completed the Southwest Alabama Police Academy Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission in September 1989. And whereas Captain Williamson joined the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy in April of 1992 and stated in his application for employment that his goal was to make a successful career in law enforcement and become a canine handler for the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Captain Williamson successfully achieved his goal by serving in various assignments during his career with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office, including patrol, canine, highway interdiction, special operations, narcotics, SWAT, deputy SWAT commander, criminal investigations, correction security, correction support, and served as a volunteer member of the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office posse. And whereas Captain Williamson has been recognized with various professional, includes letters from co-workers, supervisors, judges, and citizens. And to whereas in July of 1997, Captain Williamson was bestowed the commendation for bravery by the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Chapter 2208, and whereas Captain Williamson was promoted to the rank of corporal in 1998, promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2005, promoted to the rank of lieutenant in 2007, and promoted to the rank of captain in 2017. And whereas Captain Williamson has served under two sheriffs of Baldwin County, Sheriff James B. Johnson and Sheriff Huey Hoss Mack. And whereas Captain Williamson developed a comprehensive amount of knowledge and experience of law enforcement processions, which enabled him to be immense value to the Sheriff's Office, the Correction Center, and the county. And whereas the Captain Williamson's many accomplishments and over 30 years of law enforcement and serving the public, it is only fitting that the honorable county governing body publicly recognize and commend Captain Williamson for his distinguished public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Baldwin County Commission in regular session assembled, that on behalf of the Baldwin County Commission and the citizens of Baldwin County, Alabama, we hereby gratefully commend Captain Darren Williamson on the occasion of his retirement for public service and recognize his distinguished and committed public service. Further, be it resolved that a copy of the resolution recorded in the official minutes of this honorable county governing body, codified as Resolution 2023-019 of the Baldwin County Commission, be conveyed to Captain Darren Williamson in sincere praise for his years of distinguished public service as well as for his many outstanding accomplishments.
And Matt, up here. Hey, let's do a picture like this, Taylor. Come up here behind here and that way they can all get up here. You understand what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah, I was putting that.
Yeah, we'll get We're gonna stand up here, that way all y'all can get in the front here.
Sorry.
Come on, y'all get it, all the family, get in the picture.
Some of the deputies, if they want to, limit.
Who wants, come on, Anthony, y'all come on up.
We'll get a picture with the family.
Hey, White, come on, y'all come on up. Who wants to get in the picture? Everybody can get in the picture. All right.
And we'll scoot down just a little bit on the bottom right, to the right. Just a little.
We're good? Yeah, we're good.
Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right.
Right during the speech time.
Wow. I am honored and humbled with this. And like Mr. Joe, I've known Mr. Joe a long time, and I'm going to keep it short. I've got thousands of people that I need to thank for me where I'm at. Like you said, my law enforcement family, there's so many of them that, you know, I need to shake their hand, tell them I appreciate what they did to get me where I'm at. As the resolution said, 2 sheriffs, Sheriff Johnson, Sheriff Mack, best leaders I've ever had in my lifetime. But so many people that I've come across over the past 30 years with law enforcement and even the commissioners in the past. The support has been unbelievable. My family and friends, my mom and dad, they are guilty of who I am. They made me who I am. So, thank you. My kids, I appreciate their support, their love, but I owe them an apology because when the office called, I went to work. When the hurricanes came, I went to work. I left them behind. But they learned it, they lived with it, and they knew who I was, what I wanted to do. So, thank y'all. I appreciate it. You know, when I started this 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, I just wanted to be a part of something, an organization that could make this county a little better, a little bit safer. And I hope over the past 30 years that my contributions have done that for my family, for the citizens of Baldwin County, because that's what I truly wanted. With all that being said, but the greatest glory has to go to God, because He got me home several nights riding with me. So, but anyway, thank y'all. Thank everybody here, guys. I thank y'all. Sheriff, I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
I'm sure the sheriff wants to say a little bit.
I think Commissioner McKenzie covered what is a very brief vignette of the highlights of Captain Williamson's career. But I will say this, and he does have a lot of friends that are here with him today. In fact, a lot of people that had retired before him. I'm retiring all the guys that I worked with. You know, that we came up together. Darren and I started at the sheriff's office about the same time. Had a lot of opportunities to work together. You know, one of the things that in life, we always have our own personal challenges. Darren has had those. Early on in his career, he was involved in a very tragic situation on Interstate 10. Many call-outs, as he said. A lot of times not knowing what was going to happen in the next second, the next minute, the next day. Testified numerous times in Baldwin County Court, sending a lot of drug dealers to prison. Later on, Darren had once again, as we all do, a little health challenge. In all those instances, one word comes to mind: overcomer. Darren has been an overcomer in all of those challenges that he has faced personally, professionally, and in this career. The sheriff's office will truly be just a little bit lesser when Captain Williamson, he hadn't been coming to work now for a few days, so I almost feel like he's already retired. When he finally crosses that portal, but I know that he has a plan. I know he's got a great family. And I know, Darren, God has blessed you. My friend.
Hang around just a minute. We got sure a few things we're going to say. Commissioner Gruber?
Captain, it's been a pleasure. You know, people don't realize what it's like to spend so many years like you have in public service. You've seen a lot of things, like I say, come through two sheriffs. Baldwin County has changed from when you started working with this great county. And you have made a lot of great accomplishments in your lifetime. That's not lightly. You know, people don't realize that what y'all go through. And as an ex-employee, talk about, you know, having the call-outs, the hurricanes and everything. You know, you're there. Family had to sacrifice with you not being there, but you had a duty that you had to do, and you performed outstandingly. And you know, people don't realize that also with the day and time with the law enforcement, when you leave work every morning, you hate to say it, but you don't ever know if you're going to come back and see your loved ones again. That's a big sacrifice that the law enforcement has to face nowadays in the way this country is moving. It's a shame. You look at what happened in Connecticut. It was terrible. But, you know, I thank you so very much for your dedication to Baldwin County. Thank you very much.
Captain, thank you. I know you and I probably don't know each other as well as maybe some of the others know you, but I just can't imagine what it feels like after 30 years being able to stand here. I'm sure it's a little bittersweet because you don't really look that old to me. And so I'm sure it's, you know, what you do. People have heard me say this, that whatever you do, it should be a calling. And I believe that a testament of your calling is that you have put in more than 30 years into this line of work. I guess 30 with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office. But I wish you the best. Just looking out here at the smiles on your family's faces and seeing your parents here, and all these great men of blue. I guess they wear brown, but our men in blue. Thank you so much, and thank you guys for what you do. I've said this many times. I feel safe in Baldwin County because of knowing you guys are out there, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I remember meeting Captain when I was a young trooper. He was a corporal, and I remember working with him. And his leadership, and at times I was thinking, man, I'm gonna swap over and go work with the sheriff's department. I want to be around Captain. Well, he was a corporal at the time. There were some of the old deputies, that Ron Cook, and some of the old ones that you got a lot of respect for. And back then, the troopers worked with the deputies. I don't know what it's like anymore, but I just want to say, Darren, I'm really proud of you. I'm proud of your service. I'm proud of you making it up the rank. I'm proud of your family. And like we said earlier, the family does go through a lot, and you were right about that, about apologizing to them. And I just want to commend y'all. You missed out a lot on your dad, and you needed him at times when he couldn't be there. And I just want to say thank you again, Captain, and enjoy your retirement. I know you're going to get bored, so we'll find something. If you want to do something, we'll find you something to do. So, but anyway, congratulations again. I'm proud to call you my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Captain, well, I've been working in the system since I started in 1996. I can remember starting off, I don't even know what my job description was, but I was thrown into the DA's office with Mr. Lowry back there, and he kind of acted like my boss, but I was following his instructions on what to do, and worked with a great group of people, and then that's when I came into contact with people like you, probably at common places like Mama Lou's and places where we would gather for lunch and stuff when y'all had a break. But I can remember the day when your sheriff at the time came rushing into our office, said, hey, we got something we need to look at. And there was an incident that Sheriff Mack was talking about where things could have gone terribly wrong, but it didn't, due to y'all's training, bravery, and split-second decision-making skills. And I'm so thankful to you that God allowed you to persevere that night, because it was bad. And I don't know how your kids were, but I was petrified when I saw that. I mean, I was the first time I ever even knew stuff like that was going on, and grasped the reality of that. And ever since then, my respect for law enforcement has been top notch. Just after that incident, that act of bravery and story is told, and it's something that I know that sticks in your mind all the time. But you, sir, are a fine example. You remind me a lot of my dad. And kids, the family out there, you've got somebody here that I've known for at least 26 years that's a friend of mine, that would do anything for me, that do anything for any of us up here, do anything for those guys standing in the back, do anything for this whole entire community. And that is a man that the sacrifices that he apologized to you for is what's going to make you the proudest one day, when you get to share these stories to your families and the families of generations to come, because this man is a legacy. Darren, I think I'm going to miss the most. I hope you don't quit coming to eat. So, me and Darren, we eat lunches about every day together at a little cafe called Pearl and Addie's in Bayonet. But when you retire, you got to promise at least touch base like once a month. Just stick your head in there and let me buy you a lunch or something, because I really am gonna miss you. I know it's not gonna be gone forever, but you told me a long time ago this day was coming. I tried to talk you into staying longer, and you said it's time. And I just appreciate the dedication you have, the leadership you have. I've learned a lot. I grew from stuff that I learned from you, and I just want you to know that from me. And I personally thank you for everything that you've done for this great county that we call Baldwin. So with that being said, I'd like to give you another round of applause. Commissioners.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion by Commissioner McKenzie, a second by Commissioner Underwood to adopt Resolution 2023/19. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Let's go up here and get a picture. Oh, y'all already got it.
Oh.
We can find a job for you.
There's a lot of positions open.
Come work part-time. Thank you, family.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. What you doing with that?
All right, next up, will the parties involved in item DA3 please approach the podium?
Captain Cadenhead, if you would come forward. This is our resolution.
Right, absolutely.
Presentation, right, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Muniz's family, please join us. Welcome. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity today. Little history about what got us here. On March the 26th, 2000, the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office received a call of an individual who had been found in Styx River near Juniper Road in Seminole, Alabama. Several deputies responded to the scene where an individual was found who was deceased. At that time, the individual was unidentified. A lot of work went into that case beginning in the year 2000 to identify this individual. Over the years, multiple agencies, multiple investigators, even myself, worked on this case. As a lot of times, a lot of criminal cases that we work, and you've heard the term, will go cold. There's not a new lead. There's not a new clue. Or perhaps there might be some new testing that might be available. As you know, DNA testing has evolved dramatically over the past 25 years. In 2019, Captain Clint Cadenhead decided to look at this cold case and started to see if there was a way that we could identify the individual who at that time we only knew as Seminole Doe. Of course, you always want to identify these individuals so that any criminal case can be pursued, but also to give the family closure, to give the family an opportunity to know. During this time, Captain Cadenhead, with the assistance of some other investigators, made sure that the case was reviewed by the Alabama Department of Forensic Science, the National Missing and Identified Persons System, and finally, some DNA evidence was acquired from a family member based on a tentative identification. And that individual was identified as Daniel Muniz Jr. His family is here today. They were contacted once this identification was made, and a lot of conversations were held with the family by some of the people in charge of the investigation. During those conversations, they requested that they come here today to present Captain Cadenhead with their appreciation and recognition that gave them closure in their family member's passing.
So I was going to write something, and I decided I wasn't going to because I didn't really know what to say. It was my father. I've looked for 22 years. And I was able to use Name Us, and I've identified him by tattoos and stuff like that, and it means a lot because when I contacted him, he never one time made me feel like I was crazy, because in the Name Us, it said he was Native American or Asian. My father's Hispanic. And I knew when I was talking about it was him, but he never one time made me feel like I was crazy or I was wrong, or, he went the extra mile. He called me, I believe, on a Saturday after he got the results that it was my father. So he went above and beyond, and I really appreciate everything he's did. I believe he was one of the officers who found my father as well, so it's kind of one of those cases that's went along. I have a plaque made for him, and this is my father's headstone on the top, and I just wanted to tell you thank you, and I appreciate it, everything that you've done for us. I also have another plaque I want to give away as well, or give to. It's for Debbie Williams. She's the one who had did a lot of the, the news feeds on my father. And I did reach out to her to see if I could, she could tell me where he was buried or something like that, to where I could be able to find him. She went out of her way and actually drove to the cemetery and made a video for me of where my father's buried, and things like that. So she kind of went above and beyond when she didn't have to do that as well, and stayed in contact with me throughout the whole thing. But I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. But and I do want to say also, with my father being unidentified, I appreciate that you all took the decency to give him it's very peaceful where he is buried. He does have a headstone, which when we leave here, we're going to go change it out. But you all, there's a lot of people right now that's buried that has family, doesn't even have a headstone. So you all went the extra mile and was able to give him at least that too. But I want to give this to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, my daughter.
Captain Cadenhead or Ms. Debbie, do y'all want to say anything? I know Ms. Debbie's never a loss for words, so.
Actually, I am. This is such a surprise. I had no idea. We do this job, and when Clint had come to us and said, hey, we have this case, and I just was like, this is fascinating, and maybe there is something that we can do. And it was just being in the right place, the right time, making the connections. And when I spoke to Amanda the first time, and it's just amazing. Sometimes things happen the right way, and we got the answers this family needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Commissioners, when I started looking at this case with the unique tattoos that Mr. Muniz had, I was thinking, okay, this is going to go pretty quickly. Even though it had been put out to the media in the past, it was pre-social media. So I'm thinking this is going to happen, and it didn't. It was over 2 years, that sitting down and putting that information out to the missing persons, different networks and stuff like that, and hoping that someone would see that and say, that's my, this person or that person. And again, it took a while. Was really happy to get that call, and I certainly the assist from the media, as always. They were a big advocate and a help to that, and I appreciate the family and the recognition, but I mostly appreciate the fact that they finally figured out, who he was and where he is, and can go from there. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, before we do, I would love to get a picture with you guys, if you don't mind. But before that, I think maybe the commission would like to say a few words. Commissioner Gruber?
I know that's to get closure is the most important thing in our lives. Because we want to know what happened. We want to know where our people are, And getting closure means so much. At least now that it was your dad, and he's in a better place than what we are right now. Thank you.
I'm trying to make sure I say the right thing and it comes out the right way, because my intentions are totally good. For some of us, maybe watch some of those cold case files on TV and stuff, this is surreal. It's almost like this is right here. And to know what actually, that your father didn't abandon you. That's what I want to try to make sure I say in the right way. My father died when I was barely 4 years old, and I've had people tell me, at least you know what happened to your dad, and he didn't run off and leave you, and your dad didn't either, for whatever happened to him. And that, I think that being able to know, and I remember when the first year that I was a commissioner 4 years ago, and I was the finance chairman, and we go through the numbers in the budget, and I saw where that we approve monies to indigent burial and cremation, and it kind of hit me that, there are people out there that we don't know who they are. But thank goodness for the perseverance of you, Captain Cadenhead, and for you for putting that story out there. And Debbie, I'm gonna say this: you're one of the ones in the media that cares. Your Facebook posts show how passionate you are about people, animals. I know about animals. And sometimes in the position we're in, you run from the media because they don't always have good intentions. But I've never felt that from you. And I think that, and don't turn bad. There's one young man, I told him when I first got elected, I said, look, if you're going to twist everything we say, just go away. Just go away. You can make it up, but you're not going to quote me, And so I appreciate you, and I appreciate Captain Cadenhead for what you do and to persevere in this. But to be able to know, even though I guess it might have been good to find out he was still alive somewhere, but at the same time, to know that he didn't abandon you is awesome. So thank you guys for being here today. Thank you for showing your appreciation, and that means a lot. That means a lot to these guys. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you. I'm glad that you have closure, and to Miss Debbie and to the Sheriff's Department and to the captain for doing this and to locating. And if it's okay with the commission, I'd like for you to introduce your family, if that's okay. Because that's probably part of.
Well, we're from Tennessee.
Okay.
So we're not locals.
Sure, that's okay.
This is my daughter, Lacey, and that's JC, Gracie, Jen, and Marshall. This is Matthew, and then we have Adam and Ernesto, and my mother's over there sitting.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yep. I just wanted to.
An hour straight to get here.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you it's well worth the trip, as y'all have already felt the love and passion that we have here in this county for everything that we do. You've seen and worked firsthand with our sheriff's office for over the last 22 years on this, with our local news source, and the persistence of our sheriff's office and Captain Cadenhead's persistence has brought, as everybody said, closure to this case. And I don't know how this is a rare situation where you will see a family that has come and given a presentation plaque and thanks to our sheriff deputies, and a presentation plaque and thanks to our press. We don't get that a whole lot here, and we don't. The public doesn't ever thank us or our officers or the press, because it's all negative publicity. But you've shed some light into this room this morning and brought a whole new way of thinking about things, because often people don't think about cases like this that go unsolved, but we stayed on top of it, and they got the job done. And I appreciate y'all taking the time to drive, not only for us to hear a little bit about the story, but for y'all to make these presentations. It was a surprise to all of us, and it's a giant step moving forward. And we really do appreciate y'all being here. Commissioners, would y'all like to get a picture with the family?
Yes.
You're going to have to back.
Back you up.
Chairs, whatever it is you got to do, it's a big thing.
Get in the front.
Think about the young man.
Yeah. All right, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank y'all for Okay, so our next presentation, DA4 was presented yesterday at our work session. That was a coroner's update. We're fixing to enter into our public hearing section of this meeting. With that being said, in respect to us that's sitting up here and y'all that are sitting out there, I'm going to recess this meeting for 10 minutes for us to stretch our legs and regroup before we get into our public hearing. So this meeting will be in recess for 10 minutes. meeting be back in order, and Commissioner McKenzie will join us when he's available. We got our first public hearing case coming up, case number Z22/16, the Martin property rezoning. Matthew?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We're going to move through this one pretty quickly. As far as I know, there's no opposition here to speak to this. They haven't signed up. If they are, they can go ahead and sign up real quickly. We do have the applicant here as well who can speak if you do have any questions. This is a request to rezone 1.31 acres from RSF1 to RSF2. This is located in the new Planning District 19. This is the first rezoning request in this planning district. Again, it's a request to go from RSF1 to RSF2. You can see the location map with the surrounding zoning. I think what's important to note here is just to the south is Planning District 26, so across from County Road 32, and what they're proposing is an RSF2 that will allow them to divide this into very similar lots just to the south of here. You have this is actually part of what was the old Point Clear Tennis Club development that never ultimately got included into the development. And it looks like I just lost connection here, but I'll just keep right on going for right now. Okay, there we go. So here are pictures of the surrounding property. Should be showing up here in just a second. And maybe not. But the main difference between RSF1 and RSF2 is that RSF1 allows 30,000 square foot lots, RSF2 allows 15,000 square foot lots. Again, I'm not going to spend time on the slides because these are in your packet, but looking at the surrounding area, we felt that this met the characteristics of the area. The planning staff recommended approval. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval from RSF1 to RSF2. And one thing I'll note, we did get a letter of opposition. We actually have met with that specific citizen. Commissioner McKenzie and I did. Initially, they felt like there hadn't been very many RSF1 to RSF2 requests historically within the districts around there, but we showed that there had been over 30 upzonings, or approximately 30 upzonings. And again, we feel like this matches the character of that community, and even conferred with the advisory committee from District 19, or one of the advisory committee members, and they agreed that this matched the intent of that. So our recommendation is to approve along with the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Public hearing is now open on case Z22/16, Martin property rezoning. Is there anybody here in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning case? Any commissioners, y'all have any questions for Matthew at this time? Public hearing now is closed. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we adopt resolution 2023-003 approving case number Z22-16 Martin property rezoning.
I'll second it. I would like some discussion before we vote.
Okay. We got a motion by Commissioner Gruber, second by Commissioner Underwood. Any further discussion?
Yes. I think that when we approve zoning districts, we need to be very, very careful when we assign a zoning classification, because it's so soon that we're already asking for a rezoning. And sometimes rezonings are good, but it's like, I hope that we're not involved in that level. All we're involved in is once it gets to the point where everybody's already hashed everything out. So I take rezonings very, very serious, and I can look on the map and see the little bit darker color, yellow or orange, whatever color that is. It's been a while since I had my box of 96 or 64 crayons. Can't remember how many was in there back then. They didn't have them big boxes when we were little. But I can see that fits, so it would just be real helpful if maybe we take a little more time sometimes in approving these maps. So that's all.
Anybody else? so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. Matthew, you present the next case.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Commissioners, we're here today to present to you Planning District 35, another new planning district coming before the County Commission to establish the zoning map and the zoning ordinance. Commissioners, I'll give you a brief preamble. There are quite a few citizens signed up to speak on this item, and so for any citizens that may have not signed up to speak but wish to speak, please fill out the form on the clipboard on the back desk near the entrance to the room. And if Mr. Brown will raise his hand when you fill out that form, please deliver it to Mr. Brown. So Director Brown is going to assist us, Mr. Chairman, with the public hearing in terms of bringing people to the podium. So with that, Commissioners, we'll begin with Planning District 35. Of course, this is in the zoning ordinance, as Matthew likes to talk about the various rule books that we use in planning and zoning. And so a brief overview of what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the local provisions and the recommended maps. We're going to show you the recommendation by the Planning District 35 Advisory Committee. We're also going to show the recommendation by the staff and Planning Commission. There may be additional requests, Mr. Chairman, that are brought before the County Commission during the public hearing. We'll go through the full zoning ordinance. We use this opportunity for additional revisions, amendments to the full zoning ordinance, and then the staff recommendation. And we'll update the timeline very briefly here. As you see in the first arrow right there, we mentioned the additional request that may come before the Planning Commission or the County Commission today, and then we'll go through that full zoning ordinance as we talked about. There are some items in there for Planning District 26 which may have some specific comments. Very briefly here, Commissioners, just reminding everyone that we follow the Code of Alabama, state statutes regarding the process of bringing aboard a new planning district for zoning and utilize the services of the judge of probate and so forth. An updated timeline here, Commissioners, what I'd call your attention to is that this initially went before the Planning Commission on September 1st. The Planning Commission wanted one more look at it, and therefore, we ended up with a special advisory committee meeting on the 22nd of September. If we go to the next slide, you'll see here that then it went back before the Planning Commission, and therefore that puts us today on the 18th, considering it for the County Commission. At the bottom of the screen, you'll notice there that the 180-day moratorium that is in place whenever one of these new planning districts comes aboard, that will conclude on October 24th. So it will conclude next week. So back to our timeline. Let's talk about the advisory committee recommendation. And Commissioners, what we'll try to do is try to just briefly go through the staff report. We provide the County Commission with the same staff report that we provide to the Planning Commission with necessary updates. And so since that was in the full commission packet, we'll just try to briefly hit the high points of what's in that staff report. What you see here, disallowed uses, other than those adopted today, as you see up there on the on your left screen, October 18th. So those would be the disallowed zoning classifications. If you take the full list of zoning classifications, what would be left over that would be allowable is on the right. Also, Commissioners, you're going to hear a parallel mentioned very often in this presentation. There's a lot of similarities for this request to that of Planning District 8 and Planning District 37, which you considered in July. So one of those would be the various nodes throughout the region. You see the chart there on the left, very similar to Planning District 8 and 37 as we mentioned. So you see the major activity nodes here on screen. Those are the areas in blue. Within those major activity nodes, the areas that you show in pink, though B1 and B2 zoning is available, it's only available in those nodes. B3 would be limited to the areas you see there in red. And so we wanted to give you one clean map of the advisory committee's recommendation to the county commission in terms of the zoning map. Now, in addition to disallowed zoning classifications, there are disallowed uses. This is the list of those disallowed uses. This is reflected in the text of the revised zoning ordinance, if it should so be adopted. And again, some of these things may be brought in at exception, depending upon your action today, but would not be allowable going forward if they fall on this list. Some of the more specific requirements, the landscape buffers, again, this is a similar request that is reflected in Planning District 8 and Planning District 37. If you have a major project, and we can explain a major project if we need to, I've got that definition in your staff report, creating those buffers between the farmland uses and various projects and various subdivisions. And so you see the farming use that we've added right there, as well as your major project definition. This is not something included in the full zoning ordinance, but we'll get to that in a minute when we talk about the full zoning ordinance. The special landscape buffers for for intense major projects. Again, a similar request to Planning District 8 and 37. In Planning District 35, this would apply to all public roads, whereas some of the other districts, it would require just to those roads that have a functional classification. The native plants requirement, I didn't note it here in the slide, but very similar to what we saw in Planning District 8 and 8 and 37. Again, another mirror of Planning District 8 and 37 in terms of wetlands and reflecting those as required right here, setting aside those in common areas. And just to explain a bit, the subdivision regulations are very explicit about putting drainage improvements in common areas, but not so much when it comes to wetlands. So this would put this in Planning District 35, similar to 8 and 37. Enhanced wetland buffers and stream buffers. And so this would increase the standardized wetland buffer from 30 feet to 50 feet, would also put a 100-foot stream buffer on the Bon Secours River. This basically mirrors what's in Planning District 37. They have a 100-foot stream buffer on the Fish River. This would place it on Bon Secours River. The sidewalk requirement, again, mirroring 8 and 37. The subdivision regulations treat sidewalks based upon requested lot size. This would explicitly put this requirement in major projects if they occur on a functionally classified road. The commercial building facade requirement, again, is very similar to 8 and 37, whereas in the zoning ordinance, that strictly applies to many warehouses. The heritage tree preservation, this is a new feature we've seen in Planning District 35. This gives a technical standard for a heritage tree, which you'll see on the next slide. What I would emphasize here is that if you look in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, a heritage tree may be removed if it is within the footprint of a proposed building and meets certain standards. This would be something that we would look at a commission site plan review, almost certainly. There may be instances where we may need to create a standalone application process for this in our citizen serve system. And this is the technical standard for the heritage tree preservation requirement. So let's talk about recommendations by staffs. Now, this would be the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation to the County Commission. And so this is the map that staff and Planning Commission are proposing to the County Commission. We'll go over the changes from the Advisory Committee recommendation here very shortly. So the first change you'll notice is that the property you see there on screen, the current recommendation to you is to make that RR in lieu of B1. Just north of there, a couple properties that would be RR instead of RA. The property up here in the northwest corner, making that B4 instead of B2. And then within that same property, a region that we originally had reflected as M1, making that B2. And then finally, this area right here, I'm going to elaborate on this in just a moment here, making that RSF2, bringing it in as RSF2 in lieu of RA, recommended by the Advisory Committee. And just to describe that, excuse me, just to describe that very briefly, so this would bring this property in as RSF2. And the purpose of this is to concurrently assist the Baldwin County Highway Department with one of their strategic objectives. Because if you'll see in the last line right there, this would be subject to donation of the right-of-way to Baldwin County to the satisfaction of the Baldwin County engineer by creating a new piece of right-of-way. Now, Commissioners, what I'll emphasize here is that what we're not asking the County Commission to do today is approve a development. This is simply bringing this into the zoning map as RSF2. The developer would still have to go through the full development process, which in this case, the clustered lots, but maintaining RSF2 zoning, they would still have at least two processes to go through. The planned residential development going through the Planning Commission that would come here to this County Commission for final approval, as well as then the regular subdivision process. So you're not considering approving a development today, just the zoning map. And so next, again, Chairman, there may be, just a reminder that there may be additional requests verbalized during the public hearing. And so let's get into the full zoning ordinance amendments. So now we're talking about the zoning ordinance as a whole, not necessarily Planning District 35. This first request involves Planning District 26. Ashley Campbell couldn't be with us here today. She did an enormous amount of work on this. So I'll try to do some justice to summarizing the request. And basically, it involves accessory dwelling units in Planning District 26. What this would add, the language you see there in red, no accessory dwellings or structures shall be permitted that require the filling of jurisdictional wetlands. And this was a study conducted by Gina Todia and her firm for the county, commissioned by the county, and this is the byproduct of that study, is the concern from Planning District 26, I'll try to describe this as best as I can, is basically the fear of incremental wetland filling. So by isolating the wetland fill to the primary dwelling, we believe this is a way to mitigate incremental wetland filling in Planning District 26. A very minor correction here, or a revision here that you have on screen, is when we brought aboard the Community Preservation District, which we saw a great deal in Planning District 37, Planning District 8. And forgive me, I'm losing control of my screen here, Commissioners. But to keep going, thank you, Brian. There was a lot of confusion about the name of that planning district, of that zoning district, so we decided that renaming it to Base Community Zoning District would eliminate some of the confusion, because it was meant to be the least restrictive zoning in the zoning ordinance, and I think it was misunderstood as being much more restrictive than was intended. Essentially, what this next request would do would be able to bring the landscape buffer requirement we saw earlier in Planning District 35 and expand it to the entire zoning ordinance for all zoned areas. And so if this particular revision is adopted, then we would not have to include that map, that chart for Planning District 35 to eliminate a redundancy. It would just simply, the disallowed zonings would just simply not apply. But this would extend that same landscape buffer, that same landscape buffer requirement to the entire portion of Baldwin County that is zoned. And then accessory dwellings. What we've discovered is that there is a belief by many citizens that you can have an accessory dwelling and it's not specifically allowed in the zoned areas unless a local provision specifically allowed it. So what this would do would extend that allowance of an accessory dwelling to the entire zoned portions of Baldwin County, with the exception of Planning District 25, where it is specifically excluded. Hunting camps, Commissioners, what I would emphasize here is that this is not an endeavor to regulate hunting activities in any way. That is the realm of the state of Alabama. What we're doing here is creating a very basic use and requirement, so that if an area is a legitimate hunting camp, it can continue to operate. We could go through a zoning verification to verify that was only apply in the zoned areas. If anything, this is an effort to deregulate. We wanted some language, though, so that way if someone is legitimately attempting to construct an RV park or a mobile home park or that sort of development, we have that ability to continue to govern that process. But in terms of a hunting camp, a true hunting camp facility, it would just be a matter of basically asking for a zoning verification to verify these basic provisions have compliance. So with that, Commissioners, we are at our staff recommendation. So what we have on screen for you is just a small sample of your resolution today. Your resolution and the exhibit explain that area of RSF2 zoning, that we talked about earlier. And with that, Commissioners, I am going to turn it back over to you to answer any questions of staff.
Can you go back, Buford, to the hunting camp slide real quick?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to look at a time period on there or something.
Yes, sir.
On that A3, I don't understand the time length there. It says no hunting campsite shall be occupied for length of time exceeding 10 consecutive days within a 30-day period. Is that limiting how long you get to stay at the hunting camp?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Mr. Brown if he can elaborate on that.
Is that because it's not designed for residential use?
Yes, and Matthew, could you turn on your microphone and elaborate on that for me, please?
But we got people that live at the hunt camp during hunting season, so I mean, it's just, and I know this only applies in very certain areas of the county, but.
So that's a great question. Notice number 4 on the next screen. So that first 10 day and 30 days is during non-hunting season.
Okay.
So and then during hunting season, you can occupy it essentially the entire hunting season.
I didn't see the other part. My bad.
So this is to prevent, I think you said, RVs from being illegally placed in hunting camps year-round?
That's right. We want to,
being occupied.
That's right. So, we just imagine this clever person coming and saying, oh, well, this is actually a hunting camp, when it's really an RV park they're operating.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Because with an RV park, then we're going to evaluate the RV park based upon, are there any drainage improvements needed? Have they made proper utilities? Have they brought proper utilities to the site? Septic versus sanitary sewer, all those sorts of issues come up. If there's a certain number of units, does it trigger a traffic study, and so forth and so on?
What's happened is, Commissioner Underwood, I caught this based on me being in the north end of the county. It was actually a hunting camp that was encroached by new zoning ordinances. So, I mean, it's never in the history of time have we ever looked at hunting camps when it came to something like this, and they should be exempt to some of this stuff. And I want to thank Matthew and staff for creating this verbiage and dialogue for the hunting camp exclusion. So.
And this only applies in the zoned areas?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what we're doing is going back and adding this to the
full ordinance.
Full zoning ordinance.
Yes, sir. So this is for the full zoning ordinance.
It's a blanket ordinance.
It's not this particularly. It's not has to do with strictly with 35. It has to do with the regular. Okay.
This is just another addition that I brought up that I wanted added in here, and Matthew got this. The staff got this done good.
Yes, sir. And Commissioners, out of respect for this Commission's time, I tried to go through all that pretty quickly. But yes, sir, we're in these last 5 or 6 slides are all of the revisions to the full zoning ordinance. So yes, sir.
Can you go back to the buffer?
That's right.
Well, the buffer, was that not, we didn't already have a buffer?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. So
okay.
We did not have that in the full zoning ordinance.
It was only piecemealed throughout, maybe? Was it anywhere?
It was not in the zoning ordinance, no, ma'am. It was not in the zoning ordinance. So what we saw when now this was the 3rd request to put that in a local provision. It really needs to go.
And I'll get comment on that. Farming is an occupation that is no farms, no food, okay? And whenever you bring in non-compatible things near a farming operation, it really puts a strain on the farmer to be able to do something. And 20 feet is minimal, I think. Is there any kind of a definition as to what type of buffer that has to be. So, I mean, just a 10-foot space of green space is not really suitable. I mean, 20-foot of green space. I mean, is there plantings or?
And Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. And so what that would do is so what it does is then you apply Article 17 of the zoning ordinance. So therefore, any requirement for overstory trees, understory trees, and shrubs, all of that kicks in. Because now that opens you up. Since you're putting in a landscape buffer, you're following the landscape buffer requirements that's already in the zoning ordinance.
So in an effort not to necessarily restrict, but more like to protect the people who were already there first is really something that's important.
I think there's a huge advantage here knowing that if you have a residential type subdivision going into an undeveloped area where there's row crop farming or pasture around it, then that developer has to put in that landscape buffer.
And again, it's only in the zoned areas.
This is for the zoned areas, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Buford. I'm going to open the public hearing.
All right, thank you, sir.
Y'all got any more questions for our staff? All right. All right, the public hearing on this case is open. Matthew, if you would, let's direct our speakers. Several people have signed up to speak. Matthew is going to bring those up in an orderly fashion. I will tell you that if you look at our front of the second page, it's page 1 of 6 on our agenda that y'all all have in your hand. I will state for the record before we get into this that all individuals wishing to speak during public hearings, you filled out the form. Comments for individual will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are a group speaking on one particular topic, we ask that the group have a spokesperson instead of 8 to 10 people saying the same thing that one might say. So if you have a group, designate a group speaker. And if somebody speaks on behalf of a group, that speaker will be allowed 5 minutes. We do adhere to these time constraints, and that's just what we do during our public hearings. So at that time, if somebody did not get the chance to sign up to speak after we get through all of our signed up speakers, if somebody is wishing to speak for or against this, I will give you the opportunity to come up just as well. So Matthew, who's first?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This first grouping are more general folks who want to address it, generally District 35. So the first is Mr. Bill Jenkins, who served on our advisory committee and also was one of the citizens who pursued the zoning effort.
All right, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Commissioner Underwood and Gruber, appreciate you guys taking time to talk with me about this earlier, and I shared some summary information with you. My concern in general is after having the required or the normal 6 meetings as an advisory committee, I extended an extra meeting to make sure that we heard from the public about what they wanted to do and where we wanted to make our zoning map changes. We did all that, and then there was an additional special meeting called by staff. During all of those meetings, we were in 100% agreement as a committee on the direction we wanted, on the map and how it was set up. Even staff agreed with us. After that last meeting on September 26th, staff changed the recommendations. We didn't hear why or what, and still don't know for sure what those changes were, what they support, other than they had done some additional research. That's my greatest concern. There are a number of other things that I'd like to talk about, but I know you guys got stuff going on that may be more important. I would just like to say that if you're going to have an advisory committee go through all the effort, make the recommendations to ensure that they have unanimous votes, so each one of their votes, that everybody's in agreement for the steps going forward. Why is it that staff can then make a change and support it and give it to you guys? The way the presentation went, it was as if we were all in agreement with what staff put out for the final thing that you're looking at. We're not. So I'd like you to consider that as you look at that. And the areas of concern are, I'll have to give them the names we've talked about in there. One is the warehouse areas and CPALs where they're going to an RR zoning. And RR zoning is very much like a business zone, if you will. So many things are allowed there. We were trying to restrict the area to limit additional mini storage and storage type buildings because that little 2 square mile area that we're calling District 35 now is a lot of residential property. We'd like to keep it that way, which is why we adopted the business zones. And the zones put the businesses away from the people's houses. By adopting RR in the middle of that area, you can see the green area there. There's not a lot of businesses around them. So you're bringing business in the middle of the residential. That says they're not following the transition plan that they ask us to use during all of our discussions.
Thank you, sir. Do y'all have any questions?
I do have a question. So you're saying that the map that's proposed by the advisory committee, it has a B1 on it. And why is that? Is it because of an existing use?
Existing use, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was existing use, and that was at the recommendation of the staff that we followed, which is why, again, I'm saying we were all in pretty good agreement that we had put together the type of zoning that's...
Would you be opposed to the staff recommendation on that one parcel going to RR?
Yes, and the reason why is RR allows other uses that
B1 doesn't?
That's right.
So you're better with the B1, which is more than the RR, on that one parcel. I'm not talking about the one north of that.
Right.
Okay, just asking a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're very good. You get the idea.
On the ones with the RR, where it went from RA to RR, can you not accomplish the same thing in the RA as in the RR?
RR is less, in RR, you have a lot more allowable uses. Even though during our write-up and in our text, we limited the number of the uses that's in there, once you change the zoning, it appears, in watching some of the things that have been going on, once you're zoned a certain way, even though you tried to restrict those usages, they still become more apparent and are more used. That B1 area, the warehouse area, has 5 buildings on it already. One of them is so close to the edge of their property line, they would never be able to adapt to any kind of special buffering to make those changes, to make it legal.
Well, in all respect,
yeah.
You're coming into the game after a lot of things have already happened.
That's true.
And it's very difficult to assign zoning classifications that are compatible based on existing uses. I have long felt that it's complicated. And so, in all reality, there's problems potentially with both suggestions from you guys, maybe, and from staff because of the methodology that has to go through to accommodate this. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah, and you're right. They're both, B1 and RR have issues, and in our discussions and our meetings, we chose B1 because as a committee and as staff supported, we all agreed that was the right.
Yeah, if you were able to start from scratch, you wouldn't choose either one of these. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ms. Regina Worth, who was also one of the citizens who pursued this and served on the advisory committee. She signed up to speak on 3 topics, so you'll cover all 3 on this time.
Thank you. I'm Regina Worth. My husband and I started this zoning about 1.5 years ago along with the committee. It's been a lot of work. And I'll tell you real quick the reason I started it. We bought a home there on the Bon Secours River, and I fell in love with the Bon Secours River. We said yes to the house before I ever walked in the house. And just in a couple of years, I started seeing the degradation of the river. But going back to the warehouses, and I had so many strong feelings about that, but when I went out and started getting signatures from registered voters, you wouldn't believe the stories. And I'm going to concentrate on the neighborhood adjoining these warehouses, that neighborhood. We had the most feedback from that neighborhood and the most signatures to get anything done, any help. And the major complaints were those 5 huge warehouses. We're talking huge. They rent out 1,000 square foot spaces, and it looks to me like there's 8 to 10 in a building. I may be wrong, I don't, but their sign says 1,000 square foot spaces are to be rented. They're huge. After those, the neighbors told me that after those warehouses were built, they started having problems with flooding after a heavy rain that they had never had before. And also, The noise, the street lights they put up, they'd have to put up for that. The noise. There's a road going to those 5 warehouses that's basically one lane wide, and it goes through residential homes. There's residents on both sides of this road. It's not even a road. I wouldn't call it a road. Buford described it as, a very not really great road, or unimproved road. You go through that, it's one lane, and there's a transmission line that goes through there, and there's extra room for that. But so the neighbors have problems with the lights. They've sent letters to the planning and zoning. The noise, traffic going in and out all night, because there's a lot of businesses in those warehouses, and people, that have businesses work all hours. Also, the noise. There was at one point, they felt like an auto repair place, and they'd hear trucks revving up in the middle, late in the night and stuff. But so I really feel like the warehouses, they're wanting to expand, and I just feel like it's not appropriate in the area that it's in. And where they're wanting to expand to is where the RR is, the one that goes up to Keller Road. That is a trailer park. And if the same thing happens again, I think there's a lot of, I've never been through that trailer park, but if we allow 5 more warehouses or whatever there, they're going to face the flooding, possibly. That is a very low area. There's a lot of trees there that is helping with drainage right now, which we need so bad in that neighborhood. But I'm just against the warehouses. I feel like they're a bad idea for that area. And also, the development that the RF2, after thinking about that and thinking about it, RF2, according to the book, is 15,000 square foot, but they're going to put 100 homes. The plan is 100 homes at 6,500 square foot lots. And this is on the headwaters of the Bon Secours River. And I think that really needs to be researched. Maybe the number of houses greatly lessened. I just think that really needs to be looked into for the preservation of the Bon Secours River. And I guess that's all I have to say. Staff recommended RR, but with B1, which we had originally said, my understanding is they could still do their planned unit development there to make the existing one follow, the mandates that are in place, and also the commission site planning. I mean, I think in B1 we can get everything that the staff wants to get, but not allow a lot of extra uses. And the fear of people living around there is, what if they do put in more auto repair shops or something noisy? And with RR, the list of accepted things, and a lot of it would have to go through the commission site planning. There's so much that possibly could be allowed, and the R1 or the B1 restricts that somewhat. So, thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have any questions? All right, who's next, Matthew?
Next, we have Ms. Frances Millender.
I'm not going to speak to you on the zoning and stuff. We've already heard about all that. I live there, so I want to address what it's really like. Our property adjoins that property directly. In a heavy rain, the water is at my back door. I have 3 acres. During Sally, the river came up so high to my house that it swept me overboard, and I hung on to an oak tree for 45 minutes to survive while my husband got me out of the water. He got me back in that house, and I had to swim out with a little boy. The land that they're proposing to build on is extremely lower than what I live in. You better be prepared to have some life rafts and some boats, because they're not going to come through it. You can't fight Mother Nature. These people aren't going to own their homes. They're going to lose everything. We own ours. We were able to rebuild back. We are still building back. My concern is for what's going to happen to the residents next to us. when this goes through. This has been underrated, underplanned, and underlooked at extremely. That's an extremely dangerous area, I assure you. Thank you.
So are you opposed to the rezoning?
I'm very opposed.
Okay.
I'm very opposed because I'm concerned for the people that are going to be fighting for their lives eventually in this. I'm shaking because I remember what it was like to fight for my life. And that's way worse. That property is so much worse. And that was just Sally. That wasn't a major storm, according to. Even on a heavy rain, you've got all this additional building that's going on. We're catching all that water. We're the first property to catch that water. None of that's been looked at. How long has it been since there's been an actual Army Corps flood engineering study? That's my question. A lot of things to be considered in this.
Thank you.
A quick question. Which parcel are you talking about? The development?
I'm talking about the subdivision.
But okay, okay.
That's revision 4.
Off of River Road? The one that's off of River Road? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Joe Sims, also, I think, talking about that subdivision.
Yes. Thank you. How y'all doing? That's correct. I've lived there for 17 years. And the river is very deceiving. You can look and say, oh, we had 22 inches of water in our house. And I had it surveyed on my personal level, not what the county says or not how it's been shot by any surveyors. It was 17.5, 17 foot, 5 inches above the mean tide level. Where the road goes through that subdivision, that's underwater. That's one of my concerns back there. The other one is, that's going to be red clay. Yeah. It's going to be red clay back there. My water's in spring. It's crystal clear. You can see all the way to the bottom of it. That's the sand. It's like beach sand out there in my backyard. And I know when they put roads in and all the runoff, that's 100 more homes diverting all the water in that river. And that river runs on a tide, so when the tide comes in and the water comes down, it doesn't go out like a ditch. It builds. And this last heavy rain, it got half as high as it did in Sally. So it's just flooded. It's wetlands. That used to be a creek bed 100 years ago because my property has changed in the last 17 years. If it wants to take that part of the land out, it just takes it out and it pushes it over here. And so when you dig all the debris out of that river back there to where there's no vegetation that holds the bank in, it's sand. It just crumbles.
Mr. Sims, I want to clarify something. You're talking about a potential future subdivision of this property. We're here as a body to talk about the zoning of the whole area that was voted on by the district. And subdivision can happen whether this happens or not. And it can happen worse than what's on here, because you could literally, in the unzoned portion of the county, if they can meet the subdivision regulations, you can have as many as, oh my goodness, you could have 12 dwelling units on 1 acre of land, where this is limiting it to 2 on an acre of land. So what we're here today is not about subdividing property. That is decided at the Planning Commission level, but this is for the I guess, what would you say, the ratification of the, I don't know if that's the right word to use, but the citizen-driven process that has taken place to come to a zoning map, whereas zoning in a high-growth area, so I think we're kind of talking about two different things, and I want to make sure we clarify that, and my heart goes out to you guys. I mean...
Well, I just more or less, I understand that.
Okay.
But I'm just bringing.
But there will be an opportunity if this.
I don't think there was an environmental study done on it to get these permits passed in the beginning.
But that's not, we're not here about that, though, but I appreciate it.
Voice my complaint.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Matthew, next.
Next, we have Travis Langer.
All right. Travis, before we get started, what are you going to be speaking on?
I was going to say, I think I have a couple clarifying remarks on what...
As long as it's not about a subdivision, we're good.
Well,
We're speaking about a rezoning process here that the people voted on. So we need to narrow the scope of what, because we're getting outside our scope. Y'all are sharing concerns of something that could potentially happen later on down the road, which other meetings will be available for these discussions. So please try to keep within the scope of what we're here for today.
Oh yeah, I definitely appreciate that. And I appreciate your time. I'm wearing two hats, and I'll make it brief. One is that I am a resident. I live about 4 doors down from where that RA to RSF2 plot that we're talking about. The other is that I'm the executive director of a nonprofit in Gulf Shores, Gulf Coast Center for Ecotourism and Sustainability. We do a lot of environmental education. And my first day on the job in the city of Gulf Shores was I was handed the Bon Secours River Watershed Management Plan that was developed by Volkert to present to the county, to present to the cities. And it really does outline a lot of the issues that the neighbors here are speaking of. My one point I want to make is that the advisory committee specifically recommended for that particular parcel to be zoned RA. For it to jump to RSF2 is that is not what the rest of this neighborhood is. It's RSFE and RSF1. And so there's sort of a random bright orange dot in the middle of otherwise is the historic use of that area, and the character and quality of that area is RSFE and RSF1. So why do we have smack dab in the middle kind of leapfrogging to a much denser development, especially in an area as we hear that's so particularly prone to flooding? So I guess my question or my suggestion or request would be, can we at least keep it RSFE or keep it RSF1, which would be more indicative of what's happening within that community.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's more on track.
Next, commissioners, we have a property specific. I realize those were pretty property specific too, but this next one is Austin Webb, and this is the RA to RR property. And they are supporting staff's recommendation, so they're not asking for something different than the staff recommendation.
Hello, Baldwin County Commissioners. Thank you for your time and consideration today. I'm a Staff Sergeant Austin Webb, a disabled Army veteran, the co-owner of Sea Paws Dog Resort, along with my wife, Jennifer. I contacted my district's Commissioner, Honorable Vice Chairman Gruber, in regards to the zoning of Sea Paws Dog Resort's property back in July when the zoning District 35 began its process, and we have been engaged throughout the entire process. Since then, we have continued support from our neighbors and customers who have started and circulated a petition of support for proper zoning for Sea Paws Dog Resort. This has gone out through an online forum now with 560 signatures in addition to 5 full pages of signatures in support for the zoning. We worked with the Planning District 35 Advisory Committee and were successful in bringing our property from the initial proposed zoning of residential to the proposed zoning of rural agricultural. Since the conclusion of the Advisory Committee meetings, we also worked with the Baldwin County Planning and Zoning staff and made the request for Rural District RR zoning to allow us to have the potential to move forward with a sale of a portion of our property to our neighbor to expand our business and theirs. Since going into contract on the property in January, we have since obtained topographical survey, an Alabama Department of Environmental Management permit, and land disturbance permit. That's as far as we had gotten until the building moratorium went into effect, which has halted the progress for the last 6 months. The Baldwin County Planning and Zoning staff recommended our request for RR. The Baldwin County Planning and Zoning Board, just a couple weeks ago, approved that with a vote as well. Our request to the Baldwin County Commissioners today, to y'all, is to honor the Planning and Zoning staff's recommendation as well as the Planning and Zoning Board's vote of approval for our property to be zoned as RR. This will allow us to continue operations at Sea Paws Dog Resort and have the potential to continue with the sale of a portion of our property, which will allow us to move forward with our current expansion project and in turn have a huge positive impact with increased employment revenue in the county. Ultimately, this will allow us to be able to service more of our community even better with a new indoor play facility, something we currently do not have. Our organization reaches thousands of locals and far beyond, as we have been awarded Best of Baldwin for boarding, ranked top 10 in the state of Alabama for doggy daycare. And here's an excerpt from that petition that was sent, that's circulating, expressing the sentiment from our customers' point of view. Sea Paws Dog Resort is a staple of our community. In times of need, Sea Paws has been there for us. When we cannot take our dogs with us out of town, Sea Paws provides them with an attentive, loving home. When we vacation the beautiful Gulf Coast, Sea Paws is our go-to place for our fur babies every year. When we go to work every day, Sea Paws is there to care for our pups while we're not home with them. We had to evacuate Louisiana last year during a devastating hurricane. Sea Paws kept our dogs safe while we were here away from home. They offer their customers, including the dogs, a sense of community. It is truly our dogs' home away from home, end quote. To us, Sea Paws is more than just a business. Our employees, our customers, and their fur babies is just like an extended family we feel truly blessed to be part of. It's a blessing to be part of the company and be able to use our company to give back to the community. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You all good?
Next is Haley Granja.
Hey guys, my name is Haley, and I'm here today representing the owner of the storage units that's located at 19477 County Road 10. I'm a little bit nervous, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The storages have been in operation since 2005. So for 17 years, they have offered a great service to the citizens of Baldwin County, especially with all the subdivisions that are building. With HOAs and regulations, our storage units have helped a lot of people because they can't keep their boats or can't keep their trailers, you name it, and it's enclosed. And landscaping companies as well, they store their stuff there. The need is increasing, so therefore more was going to be built. And in January 11th, like the web stated, we went under contract on January 11th, and we are supporting the RR zoning in order to start the commission site plan approval process. And once that process is complete, we will close on that property. The access to the new storage units, it will not be from Keller Road. It will still be from County Road 10, where it is currently. So there will not be no noise or anything to the Keller Road community. Everything will still stay the same. We do have, so Mr. Elkins does have 2 homes on the front of the property, 2 residential homes. Those tenants have used the storage units as well, so it's not just families in that home. The new buildings, the company uses all Baldwin County contractors, laborers, and suppliers. The only thing brought in outside of Baldwin County is the red structural metal. There will be no traffic congestion or noise from the new proposed building. The operation would have a tax base of over $2 million and would employ over 100 people during the construction phase. Then it would solve over 100 families, contractors, business, etc. storage use for the next 100 years. So I thank y'all for y'all's consideration.
Thank you.
Those last ones were all related to the existing recommendation. This next is a property-specific request, which would be a request to change the recommendation on the floor, and this is Corey Stegerwald.
Good morning. My name is Corey Steigerwald. I'm representing 4 properties on Keller Road. It's actually right next to Sea Paws. I don't know if there's any way I could show kind of exactly where it is. So I'm formally requesting that this be rezoned as RA with provisions to build storage on it in the future. As you just heard, the property next to us, that's their intention, and we would like to do something similar. Nothing in the works. I did have some plans previous, probably 3 years ago, but due to family reasons, I ended up putting them on hold, but we still have intentions to do that and would like to continue. If it's zoned as it is currently, we won't be able to do that, and likely with the provisions of the new zoning, we won't ever be able to do that. So my request is to be zoned RA with provisions to build storage units on it. I guess that's pretty much it, short and sweet.
Y'all got any questions?
Is it RA or RR?
Or RA, that's what it said.
It's RA.
I was guided to be RA. I'm not sure all the legalities into why they wanted RR.
You put storage units on rural agriculture?
Yes.
With commission site plan approval. That's been in the zoning ordinance.
Site plan approval.
That's right.
But
they have to go
RR
down
without
step.
site plan approval.
Maybe I should
With
be asking
RR,
for
you need
RR.
site plan approval, commission site plan approval as well, I believe.
Most of the time, it triggers it based on size.
That's right.
And just to address some of the other guys' concerns in the community, I think there are some potential drainage problems. And I'll say with this new zoning, it really helps that in the future because currently there's really not much ruling around that. So we'll have to go through, the planning and zoning and get proper drainage and all that in the future. So I'm not opposed to any of that. I just would like to be able to continue what I'd planned.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions, I guess?
Good. Matthew?
Next, we have the property that's going to be on the top left of the screen or the northwest corner. We have Miss Narissa Nelson and a number of individuals regarding this property.
Good morning. I want to start with a little bit of background on this. This whole citizen-driven process started in January of this year, where the citizens got a vote, a petition and a vote to have some zoning in this area. And while we're not here on that specifically, I want to tell you that none of the property owners were notified about any of this. Any of it. I found out about it at lunch in September. And this was way after the June 7th appointment of any kind of committee or anything. So we have been involved. We're kind of like Johnny-come-latelys to the things because we didn't know anything about it. There was no notification. And the reason I say this is I was before the county commission, and I think Skip may have been on the commission at the time, for property that I own on Highway 59, which was zoned unbeknownst to me. And we had to come before the county commission to get it rezoned to the proper use. And it was rezoned to the use that had been for years and the proper use for that. But I want to let you know that's why we didn't get involved initially, is because we didn't know about it initially. And that's probably something the county commission needs to look at. I don't know exactly what they can do about it, but to follow the code is the bare minimum. And it would seem like you would want to have the people who you are zoning to be brought to the table so they could have input to any of these processes. I know a lot of the green area on the west side of this property is owned by one person or one company, and I don't think he knows anything about it. This whole area, he doesn't know this is happening to the property that he just bought out there. We've owned this piece of property, and it's the property in pink up here in the corner, which is the, I guess, northwest corner of the proposed zoning area. We've owned this piece of property since the 80s. I think the first building we built on it was 1983. These are small buildings that are meant and were built for mom and pop organizations, mom and pop businesses out there on County Road 12 and 65. And that's what they've been run as, mom and pop businesses, because there was no place in Baldwin County, and is still no place really in Baldwin County, to affordably rent a place to open up your own business. Could y'all bring up our the schedule requested uses for County Road 12 and 65 Industrial Commercial Complex? The list you have that all of our properties?
I don't believe we have that as a slide in today's presentation.
Okay. We submitted to to staff when we found out about this, and the Planning Commission or the Zoning Commission sent us back to meet with them, and we sent to them a list of what the uses of the. And being different than everybody else up here, these are existing properties. These are existing built properties with tenants in them, and have been since 1983. We submitted 51 uses, and that's just the uses for the last 10 or so years. 51 uses for these pieces of property. Now, after this proposed zoning that they've got, we have 6. We have 6 uses left.
Hey, Narissa, can I help you out just for a second? Because we're almost into 7 minutes. Can you just tell us what you're asking for?
Well, we're asking for it to be the properties in pink right there, the property behind us, which was part of this 80 acres when we started this thing, has been zoned M1, and that would accommodate most of our uses, would be to be zoned M1 too. To the north of us is a concrete plant, and the same kind of uses, some of y'all know where I'm talking about. There's a Dollar General, and everyone else too. These properties have been here since '83. Any kind of other uses around us, like residential and everything, moved to us. We didn't move to them. When we moved out there was Manley Sod Farm. My parents owned 80 acres across the street, and there was Parker's owned a house on 65, and that was it. So we're basically asking that it be zoned for M1.
Okay. The whole parcel?
The whole parcel. The whole pink part, including the red on the end, which they are, I think...
Which is B4 right now. I mean, it's B2.
They're suggesting it to be B4. It's never been zoned anything.
Well, no,
yeah, they changed it from the recommendation of B2, which is the pink, to be B4, and we're requesting that it also be zoned as M1, which is the current use of the property and the current use of the property for the last 38 years.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Payne, I believe it is, of the appraiser. And he did have a handout that Buford's going to hand to each of the commissioners.
I know you don't have time to study that. I didn't have that much time either. I was consulted on this just a short time ago. But this family, I've done, Mr. Nelson, I've done a shrimp company for him, the Foley Theater years ago that he owned. I've appraised all of these buildings and properties in the past, and I was asked about this situation. And I've just presented a restricted report there of what I think the losses to the family would be, because they would not be able to continue the rents and on a percentage of the properties, or the sale prices would be reduced. And so in doing so, I looked at about $820,000 is the number I put on it that they would lose if their application for zoning that they want M1 is not allowed. So I'll just start with that in case there's a question, because I know I don't have long.
I have a question. So existing uses can remain there. So are these vacant? Or these have existing buildings on them?
There's 28 buildings out there that are leased that for a considerable amount.
So if it was granted a zoning classification other than the existing use, that doesn't stop the existing use. That use is grandfathered in.
Yeah, the grandfather.
And as long as the use doesn't change, it can change hands even. Am I correct?
I think Commissioner Underwood, we had this similar case not too long ago where a family owned a salon in a house and if for some reason, and it was just right over here, if for some reason a storm came through, blew the house down, they would have to build to the new standards, and I think that's what they're trying to protect, because if something happens to these buildings and a tornado comes through or whatever, they cannot rebuild to the original use.
If it's less than 50% damage, but if it's more than 50%. Okay. I know that rule. I was just saying, though, that it's not preventing the use from happening, but, okay, we don't want to get into that.
Just having to change it or being able to get somebody to rent it.
But you just said it would negate the ability for them to continue operations and all this kind of stuff. It would just be only if a devastating event occurred.
Well, if they...
Help me out.
These are rental buildings. If somebody moves out, and I want to rent it to a hospital, they can't do it.
Marissa, come on.
Sorry. Say, I rent to the Cat Coalition. I rent to a bunch of people out here. And if they were to move out or want to move to another one of my buildings, they can't.
Right.
They have to use that building for that, and that's it. Otherwise, they're gone completely. And in fact, Cat Coalition and everything would be gone completely, because it's in one of the things that's restricted forever. We can't even get a commission waiver to put them in anywhere. So no, we're limiting the use of our property. Sorry, didn't mean to.
No,
go ahead.
I hate to have to explain. I don't know the people back there she's mentioned of it, but you understand what I'm saying. I can see the percentage I signed or something, value of the income out there, and it's based on income, which we do to any kind of property to get a value of a loss, and that comes up between $775,000 and $975,000, which I put $820 on it that they would lose if it goes forward. But
thank you, Mr. Payne.
Yes.
I think we'll bring, is there somebody else? Let's bring our staff back up.
Well, we do have two more on this specific property. I don't know if they have anything to add, but Morris Mann and Justin Cohen, if you have something to add.
Hello, how y'all doing? I'm one of the occupants of one of the buildings that we're talking about. The Lord put it on me to do a ministry. I have a New Life thrift store, which is, we help families. That's what we do. Started out about 3.5 years ago, and started developing, and the Lord was just providing the things that we needed to operate in that business. And then we had COVID, and then we've had Sally, and we've had a few things that's knocked us down. But this whole time, I know that we're in the right place. This is where God has planted us. And it's evident if you come by our store and see what the Lord has done. But I've known the owners for several years. We started another ministry there several years ago, and it's up and running well. It's a men's and women's recovery. And so that planning of businesses where it's affordable for somebody to start is very important. Myself being, I'd love to have a building on 59, but I certainly can't afford that. I started welcoming, there is 10 subdivisions from my shop to my house, and I'm on 2 roads. I drive 65 to Michigan. There's 10 subdivisions. There's a subdivision right across from me. They're going to put 150 plus houses. And everybody's like, well, I'm welcoming. I'm saying, man, this is going to be great. This is where the Lord's put us. We're going to have plenty of people donating to our, and coming and buying and stuff. And now if I decide that I need to get the building next to me, which a friend of mine has, I can't if this is rezoned. I can't expand what I got. I can't move to another building that they may have. And I know this is where the Lord's put me. And I know that zoning is very important when you're looking at those things. But we've been there for a long time. We've suffered the loss. We've got, we're positioned now. Now here comes another little whirlwind. I can't pick up peanuts no more across the field, out of the fields. They're eating up all these spots. and somebody chooses us to rezone. There's still some more farmland out there that they can get. There's 38 subdivisions in the Foley area being developed. Matter of fact, they're starting to try to turn them down because they're right. That water's got to go somewhere. And they're planting these parking lot subdivisions everywhere. So my ask is, don't mess our situation up. Don't mess. There's a number of businesses that are relied on, and don't mess that up because somebody is greedy or hungry for our property. And that's the way I feel about it, because the Lord had me come up here, and that's the reason I'm here. And I'll leave you with three things. One is God loves you. Two is I love you. And three is there's nothing you can do about it. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Justin Cohen, did you still want to say something?
I know y'all are tired of talking about this, so I'll keep it pretty succinct. So, in essence, that piece of property, I'm a young entrepreneur. I just started my business about this time a year ago. We started shopping for property. We officially started in January. I'm in one of those small units that we're talking about going from M1 to B2. And it doesn't make a lick of sense to me, because all of the buildings are pretty similar, right? There's a warehouse downstairs, a very small office space, and lots of yard space. I'm in the landscape business. So effectively, this is a perfect small business incubator. You know, they've mentioned there's been lots and lots of different businesses through the years. It's because we're outgrowing those spaces, and that's a good thing. I believe in progress. You know, Baldwin County moving forward benefits me personally and everyone that works for me. I feed women and children that I'll never meet via employees, right? What's happening here is the unintended consequences of rezoning this is going to end up with death by 1,000 cuts. You know, like we've mentioned, if and when I grow out of my building, another landscape company has to come in, or our landlord has to sink lots and lots, I'm talking millions of dollars, into these pieces of property to have them be used in B2. And so what's going to happen is one at a time, she's going to slowly but surely go bankrupt. And that's not fair. You know, this property has been in her family. You know, we started this meeting with, three individuals with some legacies, right? The Mr. Faust, and then the captain. You know, this piece of land has been developed and owned by this family longer than the careers that we just celebrated. And I just think it's just completely wrong for us to do this. Believe me, I believe in growth and development, but the way this property is set up, the current use, the way it exists, is fantastic as a small business incubator. And if we were to change that, I think it would be just a travesty for that little area. Not to mention, directly across the street is a concrete plant. We've got a Dollar General, and immediately behind me, there's a waste management garbage truck hub. Okay, that area is not high-end commercial. M1 suits it perfectly. So my recommendation is that we stick with M1. Thank y'all for what you do. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got one question. Most of this for staff, does M1 fit most of every one of those businesses that's in there now?
It is every one of them.
I mean, well, some of it's not.
But why did we go to B2?
That's what I'm saying. I know we're recommending some B4, some B2. Now, would M1 not fit in that same thing?
They're moving. All of that space was M1. Every bit of it.
Is
they're
retail?
They're moving.
Well, on here the recommendation is to do B2 and B4. And I just
right, but historically, though, before this process started, that whole corner was M1. Okay. The recommendation is to M1 to B2 and then B2 to B4 on that corner slot.
That's why I want to make sure that the M1 fits everything there.
Can we explain why the B4 and the B2 was recommended?
Sure.
Because it's surely, it's out in unzoned Baldwin County right now. And my question would be, in all reality, this is a lot to take in right now, and I just don't even know that I feel like I need more research on this. There's a lot of things been brought forth to us today, and I would like to know what would entail. I don't know what I've had less than a week to look at this, and I don't like to make the wrong decisions. I want to make the best decisions. I think there's been some valid points brought up on all accounts today, and I feel like it's something that we really need to look at. But what would be involved? I don't know with these other guys up here. I can't read their minds, just like they can't read mine. But even though they might think they can, they don't. Tabling this to a next meeting just so we could get an opportunity to really vet this.
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, so there's a lot here. Commissioner Underwood is correct. There is a lot here. And so there's a lot to unpack. So if you'll indulge me just a moment here. Staff struggled with this, and obviously the Baldwin County Commission is seeing the struggle we have as staff of handling these types of things and following a timeline as well. What I would lead off with is this. Remember that the moratorium for this planning district will terminate October 24th. And so that means the moratorium would terminate before this could be heard again by the county commission if it is tabled. So just be aware of that when you're taking into consideration your action today. What we don't have the benefit, again, talking about timelines like I mentioned earlier, what we don't have the benefit of doing in this situation is conducting a zoning verification building by building and use by use with at least 50 different potential uses. That would take an enormous amount of time, and we certainly can't delay this process for that. Now, I want to thank Ms. Nelson for giving us a list, and she put together a list of different businesses, and she described their uses as best she could, and we evaluated those uses as best we could in the time available. And so answering Commissioner Underwood's question is that in terms of what the information we were given, without the benefit of a full zoning verification, most of those would fall within an M1 use, possibly an RR use. There's possibly one use within there that appears to be some type of a production facility that would trigger M2. But other than that, yes, most of those would be allowable in M1 or possibly RR. RR and M1 do mirror one another quite a bit. The biggest difference is that most uses in RR automatically trigger a commission site plan. In M1, they may not trigger a commission site plan depending upon their size. So that's the struggle we have. And just also clarify some of Commissioner Gruber's concerns. So what you see on screen right now, so the area shown as M1 is the recommendation. So that centrist part, that center area right there is recommended for M1. So I believe American Concrete Supply, they have a batch plant that's in there. Waste Management has their lay down yard and truck wash facility all within there. The perimeter is what the Planning Commission and staff recommendation is for B2. Answering the question on the B4, after staff evaluated this an additional time before we put our final recommendation to the Planning Commission together, recognizing the heavy commercial in that intersection, because the unzoned areas north, northwest, and due west of that corner, you have a fuel station, you have a Dollar General store, you have, it looks like a traditional subdivision due north there, but that is actually another concrete batch plant that covers multiple lots within a subdivision that just wasn't developed that way. So we recognize the more intense commercial and recommended B4 for that corner. So I hope that answered the questions on that particular piece of property right there.
Right, so Buford, just explain to me, number one, how you got the conclusions to go from M1 to B2 for the perimeter. Is it based on the businesses that you see operating there?
Yes, sir. Well, and also, this is where, and I recognize some frustration from the advisory committee, but this is also reflecting advisement from the advisory committee as seeing this area as transitioning more to a residential type area, and so therefore that B2 recommendation takes that advisory advisement into account, is that seeing that a lot of those uses in that area, seeing them possibly transition to more of a B2 use going forward. And again, forgive me for going on ad nauseum about it, but we talked earlier about zoning verification, that sort of thing. If we had the benefit of doing a zoning verification item by item and use by use, chances are there are probably several uses in there that are already compliant with B2 right now, that there wouldn't be an issue of a nonconformity going forward. But yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, it's in recognition of anticipating this area transitioning more to a residential type area.
So was there no zoning there before this took place?
No.
No, sir. This entire area was completely unzoned.
And the areas surrounding it are unzoned.
Yes, ma'am.
Except for on any highway that might be in Foley.
That's correct.
If there's anything that's in the city of Foley that's near there,
that's
would be.
Correct. And Commissioners, the dark gray areas are in the city of Foley.
Okay, so what is the drawback and negative impact if the whole parcel's M1?
Well, you would have some of the intense uses. You could have some of the very intense uses of M1 right along the right-of-way. What
do you mean? Explain to me intense uses, because we're talking about a family that's on a parcel of land since been running business out here since the 80s, and we've never seen any intense uses there. So
sure.
We got a cat coalition, we got a landscaping company, we got a dog hospital, a pet motel. What are we talking? What are we talking about?
Well, and so Commissioners, that's a great question. And so what you have to, and again, this is not an easy thing for staff to come up with.
No, and not an easy thing for us either.
No,
and I want to go ahead and say something. This process was not created by the county commission. It is created by the legislature, because we are not lawmakers. Because the lawmakers of this state, although we love them, they do not give the counties home rule. And so therefore they have created this process that is difficult. I will not use any other terms or any words. And for the sake of the moratorium expiring, that's not even fair. That's not even fair for it to expire so quickly to the point where we get to see this. And so I can definitely see where that M1 is not going to be harmful, in my opinion. You guys, but that's not the only issue. I see these other two parcels that are on here that I think that maybe there's some validity to some of the, how we can come up with. If this, like I said, from the very first gentleman, I believe was it Mr. Jenkins that came up, I made the comment that if you were starting from scratch, you wouldn't stick anything green in the middle of all this residential. Okay, but we're not starting from scratch. So at some point in time, when zoning does take place, there's going to be some that are happy, there's going to be some that are not happy, there's going to be some that are not going to be able to continue after that use expires and different things like that. But we've got several things on this map that are being in question, not just this corner, not just the two parcels that are popping up green and pink in the middle of all the residential. We've also got an RSF2. We've got some of our most valuable resource in Baldwin County that we need to look at, which is the Bon Secours River. So this is not fair for us to get presented with this about a week ago and then to have to make such a decision when you guys battle this every single day. I talk to you guys probably more than the highway department these days, or solid waste. That used to be when the two departments that the county commissioners do. So I will stop, but I just don't think that regardless of a moratorium or whatever, that we really are at a point where we can truly move forward to where we don't be back in here in a few months somebody requesting a rezoning.
Commissioner Underwood, hang on just a second. Buford, can you please answer the question that I asked about why all of this could not just be M1?
It can.
I know it can. I want to know, you got a family in here.
Yeah.
There again, is being told what to do with their property, and how it's best suited for us is definitely not best suited for them. And obviously we're going to have to probably fix all of this today under some vote or something, because time has run out. And we acknowledge that. I don't see how we can table this. So we're going to have to make a decision today. We might have to take a break or whatever it's going to take to do to circle back up. But for right now, my question remains, I know that y'all speculating for the more extreme uses, but we haven't seen that since the 80s, and it's 2022 now. So what are we expecting to come in there?
So, Mr. Chairman, to answer that question, let me give you an example.
Because Ms. Nelson is going to have to allow them to come there and work. So,
right. So to try to answer that question as best I can, I'm going to give you an example, and I'm going to give you an example of a use that's already in there right now. So within the middle of the M1 area right there is American Concrete Supply. So that would allow another concrete supplier to put that same batch plant in the pink area. And concrete batch plants are a good example because it's an M1, but it's not an M2. And the difference there is that they're taking raw materials, or they're bringing in materials. They're bringing in pre-processed materials and producing a product that goes out in the field and is used. They're not producing a product for resale. So, for example, an M1 would be an American Concrete Supply, Bayou Concrete, USA Ready Mix, etc. They're not whole NAM cement where they're making cement from raw materials. That would put one of those uses of that intensity right on the roadway right there. So when you have a use like that, you have traffic, noise, dust. Those facilities open up very early in the morning with truck traffic and noise and that sort of thing.
Would that request come before your commission and our commission?
Most of the time that would trigger a commission site plan.
In all reality, though, that would be great if we were starting from scratch. But we're not starting from scratch. And so, okay.
Well, Commissioners, and I respect that, and I'll just kind of underscore again, our job as staff is to we're a giant funnel catching all of this information and all of this feedback from many different directions. And
you do a wonderful job.
And putting it before you in the best form we can put it in front of you.
You do a wonderful job.
Y'all been doing this for years, the other three county commissioners, and I just got into this, and this is giving me a headache just looking at it. So,
welcome to our world.
Yes, and I understand it. And I'm like with Commissioner Ball, what was, leave it.
So let me ask you this, M2, that you hadn't finished talking about that. Would M2 encompass more of what is there now under y'all's standards?
Commissioner, my recommendation as a staff member standing before you would be not to go to M2, would leave it M1. You might, not having done verification, you might have one use that would be an M2 that would be a non-conforming, but I think the rest of it would be M1.
So you could go with a recommendation of the pink and dark fuchsia area being all M1.
Yeah. You could literally we could come up with a recommendation that whole parcel be M1.
Right. I'm asking staff though.
What I would say to that, Commissioner, and I'm trying to be mindful and respectful of the advisory committee. What I would say there is that based upon the information we've received, all but possibly one use.
Hang on just a second, sir. You'll have your time.
Based upon the information we've received, all but maybe one use would be automatically allowable by M1.
Okay. So, Buford, if you would you please, I think that there's, the advisory committee is getting upset because they think that we're overpowering them. Which, hang on just a second. You're an advisory committee. You give advice. We either take it or not. So that's our choice. So an advisory committee is always, sometimes we've had these elsewhere that's been called other things like boards and this kind of stuff. But when these things are created, there are committees created to come up with some common benefit of the good for the area and all that kind of stuff, and it's advice. Now we're the people that have to decipher all of your advice along with landowners that your advice are affecting, and that's affecting my staff and having to do extra work to try to figure out all this confusion. Now, creating zoning is a good thing. We can't encourage it to everybody, but when you do that, you stop a lot of stuff from being able to happen. Now, what happens is what is happening to the properties that are still left behind from ages ago. That's being affected instantaneously, and in y'all's recommendations.
We never made that recommendation. That's why I'm trying to interrupt.
Come on, please.
Come to the mic. Come to the mic.
Yeah, their recommendation was M1.
When we started talking about that area, we immediately knew that it was more than anything we had any experience on. So we asked the staff, what's the best way to go? We thought M1 was correct for the whole thing because it's kind of like a little mini manufacturing.
So y'all are good with all the M1?
Absolutely,
okay.
M1.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to say that this is not an easy process for anybody. So this is not throwing anybody under the bus. It's a hard thing to do.
Buford, come back. We're making headway. Buford, come back. Good job. So the advisory committee advised to you that they would like to keep this M1. Y'all looked at the businesses that were there and says, hang on just a second, it doesn't conform to M1. Is that correct?
We were in, like we talked about earlier, is that was reflecting that future area going to more of a residential type of use and expecting use transition. But what I would say, commissioners, is that you have additional advisement from the advisory committee. So certainly take that into consideration in your decision.
Mr. Chairman, if I could interject here, Buford. The advisory committee's initial recommendation was to limit that entire corner through that node to being nothing greater than B1 based on our initial review. And so their initial recommendation was B1, and I'm sorry if there was some type of miscommunication, but they initially wanted that whole area covered by a blue square and limiting it only to B1. And staff recommended this compromise that would allow some M1 to stay, some of it be B2 and B4 at the corner. So it's not, staff tried to find this compromise solution there. The committee did not recommend M1 from the beginning.
So what is conforming to, let's say, a landscaping company? I understand that may be a B2 or whatever, but would a landscaping company work under the current that M1 zoning?
Sure,
absolutely. All right, would a dog hotel work under M1?
Absolutely.
Would the Cat Coalition work? And this guy's thrift store, does that work under M1?
Virtually all of that, yes, is available.
But I think so. If something ever sparked something different, like all of a sudden, Narissa says, "Hey, look, I'm thinking about getting rid of all this and putting in a Buc-ee's right here." Would that, I'm just going crazy, would that trigger some other type of event to come before all this again to have to, it would not conform to an M1 use? Something's going to trigger when M1 is not used, right? Because I don't foresee her putting any new types of businesses in there other than what's already in there. So
either a rezoning. Now, probably if it comes aboard as M1, probably a rezoning wouldn't be needed. But we harp a lot on the commission site plan process because that triggers usually, even if the zoning table doesn't automatically trigger a commission site plan, sometimes the size or land disturbance of any kind of building may trigger that commission site plan. So that then you get another opportunity to do a full review, drainage improvements, landscape buffers, et cetera, goes to the Planning Commission for consideration.
Okay, can I switch gears off of that one down to the RSF2 on the river? What's the primary purpose for the RSF2?
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, just to kind of underscore what we talked about earlier, is that the County Commission is not approving a development today, is not considering approval of a development today.
Oh, I know that.
This would bring that piece of property or those parcels, bring it into this Planning District 35 zoned as RA. As RSF2 in lieu of RA. In addition, we've reflected in your resolution that the developer would come back to the staff and to the Planning Commission with a planned unit development to build a clustered development, that even though the lot sizes would be smaller than the 15,000 square foot lots required by RSF2, they would still have to meet the density requirement of RSF2, which is about 2.9 units per acre. That 2.9 units per acre is built around 15,000 square foot lots. And so the benefit of that is that there's the opportunity for them to dedicate to the county future
Okay.
right-of-way for a future
So there's a
road.
restriction on that piece of property that it has to come back as a planned unit development?
Yes, ma'am. And so what you have the scenario is...
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. The resolution will bring it aboard as RSF2 with that requirement. So that kind of satisfies the requirement of a planned residential development that would otherwise go through planning.
See how complicated this
So
is.
let me tell the people that was worried about the subdivision. If we approve this today as it is and allow that parcel to be that does not mean a subdivision is going in there. There's still a lot of process and a lot of work that has to go in to make a plan, a PUD go in there. Come up to the microphone because we can't hear you from the back.
Sorry, the question is why to RSF2 instead of RSF1 when it's so out of context to everything else that we see in the heart of that map?
Okay.
Well, I think he answered that when he said it's a clustered RSF2 so that there would be no more than...
It's not going to be any more dense, okay? I know that there's density issues, but this particular piece is not going to be more dense than our RSF1.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to cut to the chase there, this is something that was requested by Highway.
By what?
This was a correct request from the Baldwin County Highway Department.
Okay. Now, we're tackling, it looks like 4 things here. We've got the corner, we've got Mr. Steigerwald brought up his thing that's not even reflected here. These pieces are right here by the green. And then we've got to address the 2 greens.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me, I'll put Mr. Steigerwald's property on.
I've got his in mind. I'm just talking about that we've got 4 extenuating circumstances that we've got to decipher before we pass this resolution.
And Mr. Chairman, there were 2 more speakers on the wetlands issue that we didn't get to yet.
Okay, we'll get to them. All right, so we got that, and then let's go back to the 2 greens. The 2 greens there, we're going from, let's put back what y'all recommended. Let me ask who was speaking on this, is everybody okay with going to the RR that was speaking on this? Okay, they're fine with that decision.
Go ahead.
If I ask a quick question, are you saying, is everybody okay to go to RR?
Okay. Well, somebody's made the recommendation within this. This is where I want to know, again, maybe this was what not the advisory committee did, but this is what staff recommended. So,
Advisory recommended RA and then the B1.
We recommended RA because they could continue to work as they were, expand and grow and do the same business on that property without changing it. The sole reason we're going to RR is to allow more warehouses to be built, and that's what we opposed, was more warehouses. Does that help at all? Not really.
hey, it's hard.
Thank you.
You got to understand our situation. It's
very complicated.
It's hard for us to tell people they can't do something, and it's hard for us to tell people they can do something when it impacts you. So these are, if there was never a warehouse built there, I could understand the process. But the common use of that specific property, if I'm not mistaken, is warehouses. Am I correct?
Correct. All right. Yes, sir. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to briefly describe staff's recommendation along these lines, knowing that these again are triggering commission site plan approvals that may not be approved if they don't meet the standards. They don't meet the standards of the commission site plan approval, drainage improvements, landscape buffers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, parking, and so forth. We know that we've got that ability to do that review, to do that technical review inside the zoning ordinance. That way, if there's some type of nonconformity, we don't recommend approval. And so the R you see there was recommended by staff to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission thus recommends that to the County Commission.
Okay, so the RA, a lot of that stuff that's like the storage, could that be an RA?
So RA does allow mini warehouses.
Okay.
It doesn't allow office warehouses. Okay. And that's the primary difference between RA and RR in this particular situation.
Buford, would it be an assumption to say that mini warehouses versus office warehouses, office warehouses are something where somebody occupies office space and they're in these buildings, whereas mini storages sometimes get filled up and, sometimes they don't do well. I mean, I'm trying to weigh in which one I would prefer. I like office warehouse space definitely much more than many warehouse storages, but this is my opinion, and I just wanted to clarify that office warehouse space would be people physically in there working, occupying some type of office space.
Yes, sir. And just to give you an example, the south property, what we observed there is you have that situation where you have individual units that have a roll-up door and a personnel door. And just in general, you would use the personnel door and have an office space in there, and then whatever storage you needed to support that business, you would access from the roll-up door.
So RR fits both of those. And anytime somebody comes in and wants to approach with you another warehouse, it's going to have to trigger site plan.
Yes, sir. It'll trigger commission site plan review, and also the plan unit development review if there are 3 or more of those office warehouse units on a particular piece of property. That's how we're addressing some of the ongoing complaints. Not to get into that, but to address it since it was brought up. We did receive some complaints about the existing facility, and so they are going to have to go through the plan unit development process to mitigate some of those issues.
All right, so Matthew, let's hear from the other couple speakers that we got.
All right, the last 2 speakers relate to the wetland changes to District 26. The first is Kathy Alba Saucier.
So we're switching gears. We're out of 35 into 26.
Oh, yeah. This one's much easier. I think so. Feel free all on the other. So it's Kathy Alba Saucier, and I own 4 lots on County Road, Scenic Highway 98. And this ordinance that is being proposed right now is trying to limit the accessory buildings on these lots. These lots and anything else that is zoned RSF2, which we are zoned. So, and I want to preface this. I am a proponent of proper zoning. I'm a proponent of what you're doing here in District 35 correctly. This is a tough one. I've been involved with and watching District 8 and Clarice and the good effort that this group has done working with her and her constituents. I mean, it was tough, but they got through all the issues. Everybody seemed to be in very good places about it. I'm hoping the same for 35. My district, where we have our residence, is proposed District 38. We will be before you coming up soon, okay? So I was one of the persons that came out and got signatures to try to go to vote. So I'm a proponent of zoning. I'm a proponent of controlled and good zoning. In this instance, as I read the proposed zoning, I have 2 comments. One, no accessory dwellings or structures shall be permitted in this District 26. Now, for those of you who don't know, District 26 is Scenic 98 and down County Road 1. It further says that the jurisdictional wetland is allowed by Nationwide Permit 18, which is 1/10 of an acre per lot of record. Let me just break that down. So I'm allowed to build on these lots right now with a building and accessory structure, 4,350 square feet in 2 structures. And there's some rules about how big the second structure can be. If they take away the accessory dwelling right, I can still build 4,350 square feet in one big structure. So I don't see that it really helps wetlands in any form or fashion, number one. Number two, from strictly an aesthetic appearance, I would rather see in my area, in my neighborhood, a smaller main structure, maybe behind it an auxiliary or existing accessory structure that's not so invasive. I mean, this would then require us, if we're going to maximize our square footage, to build one big box on every lot down County Road, Scenic 98. So I think from an aesthetic perspective and from a wetland perspective, it's net neutral. There's no impact on wetlands. I can still build 4,350 square feet, okay? So I think that I would like to remove this. This accessory structure is important for another reason, too. Let me point out, if I do build a house here and I want to do an accessory structure, I might want to put my lawnmower, gas cans, things that might be flammable. I don't necessarily want that under my house. An accessory structure, that's what all of the other houses on County Road 1 and Scenic 98 seem to have, and it serves well from that perspective as well, from a danger perspective, to put your chemicals and your sort of unsightly things in your accessory dwelling. So this whole effort, I talked to Ashley Campbell and I said, Ashley, explain to me the difference. Like, I'm all for wetlands, I'm for preserving. I have a horse farm. I'm in touch with NCRS. I know Joey Coptis by his first name. I know Gina Todia. She's helped me when I bought these lots. And what can I build? And yes, you can build 1/10 of an acre. And then I met with planning, Linda Lee. Yes, and here's how you would do your accessory structure. And all that seemed to work, and all that seemed to work well. Now, I understand that as time goes by, we want to help wetlands. Okay. This doesn't really help wetlands. It's going to force those of us who have these properties, my neighbors are in support of what I'm saying here, I have their proxy, well, we'll just build a 4,350 square foot building, and I don't think that serves anybody. I think that ruins the character of Scenic 98. Okay. So that's my appeal, is to eliminate that we can't do accessory structures. All the other districts can do accessory structures.
Thank you.
Okay.
Y'all have any questions?
Next, we have Mr. Albert Key.
My name is Albert Key, and I'm a resident of District 26. Been a resident all my life. And I want to first thank the county commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Department for having commissioned and enabled the study by Gina Todia of the wetlands in District 26. And for people present here, you can probably get a copy of this, which really relates to wetlands throughout the county. It has an impact there too. We have a lot of wetlands in Planning District 26, and a group of us came together to try to prevent the filling of wetlands in Tai Swamp here a couple of 3 years ago. About 120 residents of District 26. The problem being there was a developer that wanted to build 26 lots, I've forgotten the number, by the filling of wetlands in Tai Swamp, which is in District 26. And these wetlands, as this study illustrates, are extremely important to Baldwin County, particularly for the purposes they serve to filter all of the water and wetlands that drain into Mobile Bay that filtering system is very important for the quality of the bay. And so even small incremental fillings of lots add up over time to degrade the quality of our waters in the bay. And so even though small lots don't seem to make a difference, they do when you add them up. In Tai Swamp, we had some 15 or 20 what I would call nibbles, where small portions of the swamp were filled for building purposes, and then we had this 20-some-odd lot effort which came along, and fortunately we were able to stop that effort, and what I see now with this proposed change to just District 26, the rules for 26, is an effort to limit the impact of filling existing lots for the purpose of building. And the restriction boils down to about allowing about 1/10 of an acre of filling in order to build, which does not seem to me to be an unreasonable restriction. And I believe that the 120 or so members of our group that was involved in the Tai Swamp effort, we called ourselves the Battles Wharf Property Owners Association, about 120 people, would support, as I support, this change in the regulations in District 26, which place what I feel is a reasonable restriction on further filling of these small lots and parcels in District 26.
Thank you, Mr. Key.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
No more speakers, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to, I think there's some misunderstanding about this item, which is up on your screen right here, is that if you look in the local provisions for Planning District 26, one accessory dwelling per lot shall be permitted by right in RSF1 and RSF2 zoning districts. And so this is not taking away the ability to have an accessory structure, accessory dwelling in Planning District 26. It's just simply adding a requirement that no accessory dwellings or structures shall be permitted that require filling of jurisdictional wetlands. So you can still have that accessory structure.
You just can't fill wetlands to get it.
Can't fill wetlands to get it. That's what this would add.
All right. So, Matthew or Buford or somebody, hang on just one second. Hang on, come back up. I'm going to let this happen one more time. So come back up.
So to Buford's point, majority of the District 26 is wetlands. The federal regulations override any of that. I can still build 4,530 square feet. So he says I can't do an accessory structure unless if I have to fill wetlands. Well, that's right. I would have to fill wetlands because it's all wet in the area. So we're not asking for any more wetlands to be filled. I can fill the exact same amount just under one roof versus two roofs. It does not limit the impact to wetlands at all.
Okay, thank you. Matthew, or Buford, somebody's going to have to come up here and sum this up, what we got to do.
So on this particular item, Commissioners, is the fear is that I think the fear here, and I'm going to try to articulate this the best way it was described to me, is the fear here is that you could have the potential of filling wetlands beyond a building footprint that is otherwise in existence.
Buford, I'm not talking about that. We got the full thing we've got to vote on today.
Okay.
The whole agenda item.
From start to finish, all the mess that we've just talked about, which is important to people. We gotta make it one vote with all these exceptions, and either basically keep what was already planned that y'all worked out to, modify some that y'all chose that we feel should be different, and so I mean we can start right here. But I want to make sure the commissions, before I close this public hearing, that the commissioners up here have had the opportunity to ask all the questions they need to ask. I think Matthew had started one, and I took over, but you got any questions, Commissioner McKenzie?
No, sir, I'm good.
Commissioner Underwood?
No.
Commissioner Gruber?
But the only thing I've got is, on these, some of these, what was originally, if they would work with, what's to be put on their thing.
Is that with the B1 and the...
Yeah, like the B1 and the RA, because you got in the request also the next 4 lots that's requesting to be RA, which would be the new one would be RR, so you have an RA and an RR side by side, and that's
Corey requesting RA or RR?
They're right next door to this one is going to be a request. I think
he was requesting Mr. Steigerwald was requesting an RA.
Yeah.
But he's not doing the same thing.
But he's still doing the same thing was what the. I want us to be. If we start it, we want to be consistent.
But there's a difference between the many warehouses and the offices. So, so the RA does not encompass a storage facility that you can occupy office space in. Am I correct, Buford?
But
That's
B1
correct.
does.
That's correct.
B1 does.
Yeah, but B1, as we know, opens up the door to other stuff as well. I mean,
It don't matter what you zone it, it's in the middle of everything else. It's trying to figure out what is the least of the worst situation. So I don't think any of these particularly proposed uses are what you would start out with. I guess I've said that about 3 times up here. So we're just trying to retrofit something that was created prior to zoning.
Indeed. So, Mr. Chairman, answering your opening question in terms of this entire recommendation, what the Commission may want to do is take the similar approach we did with Planning District 8 and Planning District 37, and if it's the desire of the Commission to look at these one by one, and then have an overall vote for the entire zoning ordinance and the entire zoning map.
Yeah.
And then if it was the Commission's pleasure to take up that item in Planning District 26 in terms of the zoning language amendment, you certainly could if you wished.
Yeah.
That or any of the other items we discussed.
I think that's good.
Who wants to start it?
hang on just a second. God, I don't even know where to start. I'm hesitant to ask this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there anybody else out in the audience that has not spoken that wishes to speak for or against what we've been talking about?
It's nothing major, but just so...
Please come to the microphone for...
I'm Jennifer from St. Paul's. I just want to say north of St. Paul's is a church. It's residential on here. Next to them is a manufacturing, I don't know what they do, they manufacture something. So like this isn't, like so it's saying we're in the middle of nowhere doing this stuff. Next to us, trailer park, down the street, RV park is not concurrent with us not just being in the middle of...
You could put a church in any zone we have.
Right.
I would just, the other stuff, I just...
I mean, that's the zoning ordinance, it's not my wish, you know.
I just wanted to let y'all know what all
Yeah.
was around us
Right.
in addition to just being there.
All right.
Okay.
This public hearing is closed. Okay. Now, we've got some business decisions to make. So, let me get back to something real quick. Been here so long, my computers went dormant. I'm going to go to, does the initial staff recommendation, is there an overall staff recommendation? And we can start cutting that up.
Mr. Chairman, the easiest way to think of the overall staff recommendation is going to be the map that Buford has on the screen. And that's the staff's recommended map and the Planning Commission, and then y'all could modify that if there's a particular property you wanted to address.
Well, so I can't make a motion, but I can make a recommendation. And I'm just going to throw this out there to give us a starting point. That top left parcel up there that's pink and gray, I think that it would be beneficial to keep that M1 for now, every bit of it. I think, in my opinion, you leave the RSF2 thing there knowing that doesn't guarantee anything. The RRs, I'm okay with that. And I'm also okay with what Mr. Steigerwald was requesting. And I'm all right with leaving the language in District 26 as it stands. That's 4 different approaches. We can have 4 different more approaches from each commissioner. I mean, I'm just throwing out a motion that could be made or not. But we got time to talk about it up here.
How do I make the motion to approve what Commissioner Ball, how do I say something like that?
You just say it?
So I would suggest.
Make the motion.
Commissioner,
So
y'all got to bear with me, I'm new to this.
So let's state what the motion possibly could be. We're going to make a motion to accept staff recommendation with these modifications. And it's only one modification. The top left-hand corner parcel, we deny their recommendation, make that all M1, and leave all the rest the same.
Well, you're adding Corey Steigerwald's.
And Corey Steigerwald's,
Two
right?
changes.
Okay, so since Mr. Steigerwald's isn't in here, we'll do it.
And leaving everything.
He'll be an exception, just like we did with the other.
Like it is, like the advisory committee.
Mr. Chairman, when we get to that, I can put that on screen for Mr. Steigerwald's request. That'll help.
And change them to all right.
And what the commissioners may want to include is a statement that staff will furnish the parcel numbers for the resolution.
I'm agreeing, that's got to be all right.
Hang on just a second.
I mean, it's got to be. Yeah. And this is fine, medium. But these are the two that I'm in battle. Because, you're going to have here, from what
What you want to say? I want to be last.
You want to be last?
You ain't first, you last.
So
Skip's got to.
So what? Let's.
I'm good with
Hang on just a second. Could y'all please? We have a commission meeting going on in process. We haven't adjourned. We haven't conveyed for any other reason. We're still in a meeting. Could y'all please give us the respect of hearing ourselves discuss up here and not have outside chatter? I appreciate it. Buford. Commissioner Gruber has a question.
Okay. I'm fine with the M1. And the RSF2, I can live with that. One thing I have is with the RR, some of the RRs, but, just if there's, I know there's a difference between the roll-up and all that, so.
You know what, Commissioner Gruber?
But that's, I can live with the RR if I have to.
I have the same But what secures my foundation in that is the fact that they've got to come to us for a site plan approval. We can shoot every one of them down.
Oh, yeah.
So we can create this for them.
Yeah.
And if we don't like it, we don't have to approve it.
Yeah.
But the zoning is the first step of this process.
And I'm going to agree with you. Yeah, we need to get this zoned. And, this is a start, and that's what I'm saying, and if we did it, just like it was originally planned, they can come back and ask for a change.
Absolutely.
I know, but, it's going to happen right away, but, at least, it gives this plan the time to get going.
And I think we can make the one motion and incorporate Mr. Steigerwald's request within that motion, because we've got his pictures up here and he's already asked us. So,
all right, everybody's waiting on what in the world am I going to say? But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say is that there is no perfect solution to anything here, because this is already in existence. We're doing the best that we can. Our staff is doing the best that we can. And we thank you, Advisory Committee, for stepping up and learning a little bit of what it's about to have this. You've become a public servant by becoming an Advisory Committee member. And I thank you, everyone, for attending here today. This is not something that's easy to have to contend with, because no matter what you do, there's somebody ain't going to like it. All right? I can live with what has been said, because there's no way to make it completely, perfectly compatible. So what Jeb said, changing that whole part in that corner blue all the way to M1. The RSF2, since it has to come before site plan review, and RA for the one piece, although I'd rather see it RR, to be honest with you, because if I hate to see RA and I'd rather it be all RA or all RR. That's the one area that I think that maybe, should be, but so RA for the newly request that came in from Corey Steigerwald, and I'm sorry, I think I've known you since you were born, so it's heard me say Mr. Steigerwald. I think you're who I think you are. Your Mama Sue? Let's see. So I guess go back to what Jeb originally said.
Okay, I'll restate that.
I got it, but I'm okay with it. I'm just saying that there's no way to really make this right. But one thing I will say about zoning. Zoning is the only land use tool in the toolbox in a high-growth area such as Baldwin County. And Baldwin County is faced with something that the counties that are larger than us, there are 3 counties that are larger than us. That is Jefferson County, Mobile County, and Madison County. And all 3 of those counties have a municipality with more than 200,000 people in each one of those municipalities. Baldwin County, I'm not going to ask you to answer questions. This is not Jeopardy or anything like that. But the largest municipality in Baldwin County is Daphne, and it has it doesn't even have 30,000 people. So we're contending with something in a high growth area because everybody wants to move to this place that a lot of us have called home for many, many generations. And we're doing the very best job we can. So I hope that when we leave this room that we can all try to get along and be peaceful about this and just understand that this is not something that's easy. And so I'm okay. And I'll second that motion.
So let me restate for the record. I knew what motion Matt is going to make. So Commissioner McKenzie is going to make this motion to reject staff's recommendation on that one parcel. I don't know what we're calling that parcel, but let's just call it the Nelson parcel. That all be zoned M1. The next part of it is we'll accept the RSF2 staff's recommendation. We will accept staff's recommendations for the other 2 spots down below going to RR. We'll accept Mr. Steigerwald's recommendation going to RA, and staff concurs with that. And we will accept the fact that Planning District 26 rules as they have been presented remain the same and unchanged.
Wait.
On the 20, on the 20,
The change on 26.
the change on 26?
I mean, whatever that they put up there.
Okay, you said remain the same. I was.
Remain the same.
I thought
there isn't
remain
it?
the same as what's on that slide.
Oh, okay.
Somebody asked to change.
So we want to adopt the, what the wetland study said?
The
Right. Yeah, okay. All right.
So Commissioners, that wouldn't require an additional action.
It would,
No, sir. Yeah.
because it's the full, we're talking about the full plan.
That's right. That's right.
So,
Matthew, you say you made that motion. I made that motion.
all right, Matthew has made that motion. Commissioner Underwood has seconded that motion. Lord help me, but I'm going to ask, is there any further discussion?
No.
I'll make a statement. Thank y'all for trudging through this because we can't kick this down the road. And this is going to keep coming up, so we just need to be prepared, maybe better educated in the talks before it comes up. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Y'all can clap. Yeah, I'll take it all day long. That's nice. We love claps every now and then.
Yeah, that gave me a headache. I don't know how y'all been doing.
We never dealt with anything like that. Good job.
Thank you. I'm glad we were all thinking on the same way. Yeah, that was something like that. And and it's kind of ironic that
We're going to allow everybody to clear out, and as they're clearing out, we'll get ready for our next item. More terrible.
I know that. I know where all that I drove by there many times. Right down the
All right, y'all, let's please exit the building. Let's please exit the building as we're still in the middle of our commission meeting. Absolutely. All right, Commissioners, we're on our other staff recommendations now. We've already taken care of FA2, FA1 we discussed yesterday and took care of. Do we need to make a formal motion on that FA1 about the board appointments? We're good on that? Okay. FA3, FA4, we're circling back on those to be able to get the app that we can download on our computer to look at the same things that Shannon Spivey was talking about to us yesterday. We're up to our finance and accounting with the FM1. Yesterday we discussed are we doing ARPA update today?
Yes, sir. We actually have that ready, but we need some direction on a few items to make it short. We can go through just those items.
Let's go short.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We've worn us down.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Katrina.
Handouts are the ARPA update that was sent out Wednesday, and there are 7 items that are red, and then also the spreadsheet. So the first red item was ventilation project for the Bay Minette probate office. This was on the consent agenda today, so the $70,000 for design. I did want to clarify the construction of that is $877,307. We did separate the design out of that, but that is only a cost estimate at this time, not to exceed that amount for the construction. But that will come back before y'all. The touchless restroom upgrades on page 2. It's the first item in red. Staff is coordinating with ACCA's joint bid selection for professional design services. The prior commission approval of $88,505 was only for the equipment cost. Therefore, the design services will be a separate commission action. Staff recommends selecting a design firm to ensure the upgrades are in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is a requirement of ARPA.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Will we be able to use ARPA funds for that if it exceeds the $88,505?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So I'll bring that cost back at the November 1st meeting for y'all.
Okay.
The second item on page 2 is the mental health jail renovations. ACCA has confirmed the county can utilize revenue replacement. So again, revenue replacement funds, not the enumerated use funds.
Okay.
To issue a change order to the current architect for the design services of the mental health wing at the jail. Staff has had multiple conversations with the purchasing director, and she has had some great ideas. If Wanda would like to speak on that.
We could do the amendment with PH&J to come in and do a feasibility study on a section that the sheriff has agreed that they have in the old part of the jail to see if it's feasible for us to change that into a mental health section. We would bring that back with a cost estimate to the commission to approve, and then we could move forward with using regular ARPA funds, bid that out, including all the federal regulations. That way, we don't have to use the revenue replacement funds.
I don't want to use revenue replacement.
Right.
Well, I want to use ARPA money on it.
Good deal.
All right. What's next, Katrina?
So the partitions and county buildings, staff has consulted with ACCA regarding the projects of 7 different departments. The building department is currently obtaining 2 additional quotes for the highway department, building inspection department, revenue commission department, archives, and juvenile detention center.
Okay.
2 of the quotes that we have received for the Vaughn Cell Center and the Board of Registrars in Bay Minette have met the procurement standards for state and federal. So with y'all, we can bring that back at the November 1st meeting for y'all to approve those 2 partitions at those 2 locations. The Council on Aging is $1,133, and the Board of Registrars is $5,293.
That's fine. That's out of true ARPA funds.
True ARPA, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good.
So on page 4, the Alta Point Health, there was discussions with them and ACCA. They did not feel like a one-time ARPA payment would be sufficient to address the needs of their wait times right now. They did say that they could have some capital repairs. The county could send them a nonprofit packet like we did to the other requested nonprofits already to utilize those funds, where then if they can prove to have a pandemic hardship, they can then use that for if they want a new roof or anything for that. So with y'all's blessing, I can go ahead and email them that application packet.
Okay, we'll do that on November 1st too, or?
I can do that before, because the deadline for that is December 1st. So after we receive all the completed packets, we'll bring that back before y'all then.
Okay.
Also at the prior work session, Commission requested staff follow up with Beth Biggs regarding the PATH program. This would be a partner program that would coordinate with Alta Point for a mental health crisis response team. And I would just like to get y'all's blessing if you want staff to evaluate this further.
Yeah.
Or,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, hang on just a second. We're giving blessings. Should we formally put these into some type of motion to vote, or?
We still have to vote on them when they...
I mean, this is not the end of the road
Okay,
for
that's
these,
right.
right?
So yes, we're telling our staff what we would like them to do.
Yeah.
Yes, you get our blessing on that one.
Perfect.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, on page 4, the last item is the Gateway Initiative. ACCA did review the project and recommended funding with revenue replacement funds. So this would be under revenue replacement. And they did request $300,000 for the project that includes the master plan and the economic impact study. So right now, staff can put this on hold if y'all want, but due to them already choosing the project being underway due to procurement standards, how they chose it.
Where are we at on our revenue replacement funds? Like, how much money has been?
Looks like we had 10 million.
So the $204,000 for the Magnolia landfill recycle design. Lexipol law enforcement was $70,000. That has not been approved by y'all. Cordy Road extension for the $3 million, that has not been approved by y'all. The Clean Strike foggers and the Motorola has. So only 3 of the
Okay, so
projects.
okay, all right.
If you're asking if we got money, yes. Yeah, we got it. Plenty. So, yes, we're good.
All right, I'm okay with you continuing with that.
Okay, so that would be, have to go back before y'all with the $300,000 for that project. This would not be like the typical nonprofit application. This would be a subaward. So it would be a little bit of a different process, but we will definitely move forward with the $300,000 and bring it back before y'all.
Okay. Katrina, did we add the family village?
Yeah, the 500,000.
We did.
So where's that? Where'd we add that?
We actually have a pending
I see it right there.
conversation. Thursday or Friday morning is when they're available to have a conversation with ACCA.
All right, hopefully on November you can bring us some good news back with that one too.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Thank you so much for that update. Good strides being taken place in that process for sure. Thank y'all, Cayenne, Wanda, all involved in
Kathy, everybody.
Trina, Kathy, everybody in that process. Commission before us, as Kathy introduced to us yesterday, we have a decision to make on the HUD Community Block Grant and entitlement status. Kathy, would you like to come to the podium and state those options, or do you want us just to vote from here on which option we want?
I know which option.
Okay, Commissioner Underwood has a motion to make.
I'll make a motion that we accept option number 2, which would be to defer the HUD entitlement for this year.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Commissioner Underwood, a second by Commissioner McKenzie to take option, I think it was number 2.
Yes, sir.
And defer. Any further discussion?
We can defer that every year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's right.
Number 3 was the...
All right, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. All right. I don't know how long we're gonna. We don't have any addenda, right? We got an executive session I know about. So what I would like to do, because there's been some people patiently waiting here, I'm going to push public comments up to right now, and before our comments. And I want to invite anybody that's here from the public to go ahead and speak. Who do we have signed up?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. French is signed up to speak.
Okay.
Good afternoon to the commissioners.
Good morning.
I had written down my paper.
Good afternoon.
It's changed times, hasn't it? We've changed our time.
Well, let me first thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to the commissioners in regards to my family, the French family. My name is Gloston French. I am the oldest brother, or oldest French, senior. And I have with me a close friend, Mr. Jerry Means. And I'm so glad to see my cousin, Sister Monica English, to join us in support this morning. My reasons for speaking with you all today, we had an incident that happened in Baymanet on August the 20th. And my family looking for some closure. In order for us to get closure, we have some questions that we need answers to.
Okay.
I'm not sure this committee can answer our question, but we're going to pose them to y'all because y'all are the standard bearers for Baldwin County. On August the 20th, my nephew was stopped for a routine traffic violation. It escalated into a shooting from a police officer in Baymanet that created his life. And my family and myself had advised some questions we want to ask the commission. And if you don't mind, I would like for him, Jerry, to pass out these questions. Y'all have them. on hard copy, and whomever else need a copy of these questions, get one. I would like for Sheriff Mack to have one, please. And what I would like to do is I say 5 quick, 5 subject matters. What I would like to do is state a protocol, and within my 5 minutes, and I would like to read all the questions we have here, and then y'all can answer them if you like, or whatever y'all need to do for us up.
So, Mr. French, I'm gonna help you out just a little bit, like I talked to you on the phone.
Yes.
The county commission, us four within ourselves, we do not get involved in any type of criminal investigation. These 5 questions that you're going to ask us are going to be directed straight to the sheriff.
That's fine.
And so if you want to ask him the questions, we can do it like that. If you want to ask him one question at a time, he'll be able to give you an answer. But what we don't want to have happen is this can't be a debate. It's going to be a clean cut. You ask a question, he gives you an answer, and that's going to be the answer. And if there's going to be rebuttal about what he has to answer, then we're just going to have to come back in another meeting time to do all that, because I wanted you to but the questions that you ask us, we can't answer.
Understand.
But we're going to let the person that can answer it answer each and every question. He has a microphone right there, and you can direct these 5
subject matters. Yeah.
Subject matters you can with our sheriff, as the commission is not involved.
Thank you, and I thank you for having me here to address these concerns of ours.
Yes, sir.
I would like to read the 5 subject matter, then he can take one at a time and answer those, and we will stand and listen to your answers. We might not agree, won't be no debate.
Right.
Might not agree with it, but I need some answers on records. The first subject matter is pertaining to the Major Crime Investigation Task Force. When was it organized, or its inception? Who are the members of the task force? What is the tenure of each member of the task force? How are members elected or appointed to the task force? Is the task force sanctioned by the county commissioner? If not, who is the overseeing agency or authority? What are the duties and purpose of the task force? Who provides the funding for the task force? Is it legal for a member to serve on the task force to investigate its own department? That's subject matter 1.
Okay, Mr. French, can we just pause right there if you don't mind? And because that is a very long.
Right.
So let's give the sheriff an opportunity to respond to subject matter number 1.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. French, for your question. I'll try to answer it as briefly but on point as I can. The Major Crimes Unit was created in 2012. At that time, it was a culmination of the Sheriff's Office and all of the municipalities in Baldwin County, with the purpose of being to provide a group of expert investigators that could investigate primarily 3 types of crime. Those types of crime were unsolved murders that were capital murder in nature. Number 2, officer-involved shootings. And number 3, in-custody deaths, those deaths that occurred while in custody of law enforcement. The Major Crimes Unit has a board of directors. It is myself and 4 chiefs of police that are on that board. Investigators are chosen that are assigned to the Major Crimes Unit come from the Sheriff's Office and the municipalities. They are nominated by their local agency and must meet a criteria. We like for them to have at least 5 years of law enforcement experience with 2 years of investigative experience. They must also show a desire and a willingness to respond to the incidences. They are all A-Post certified officers who must maintain their certification and obtain additional training while they are assigned to the
MCU. There is no set tenure on those officers. Most of the time they serve at their agency's will, usually if they get promoted or maybe move to an assignment other than that of an investigator, then they usually come off the task force at that time. As far as the funding is by each municipality. Each municipality contributes $1,000 a year to the MCU. That training is used that money is primarily used for training, but it is also used sometimes in equipment and also in the logistical support of extended investigations, such as if we have to set up a command post, things of that nature. That is some of the finances that come out. And then I think I've answered all those. I guess the last question is that H, is it legal for a member to serve on the task force to investigate his own department? I'll answer that question with two answers. Number one, agencies investigate themselves every day. Most of the time that's conducted in internal affairs investigations and things of that nature. However, in a criminal investigation, normally what we do, because we do have agencies that are assigned in different realms, the reason for that, we would not have a primary investigator on the MCU investigating their own agency. So in other words, we would draw from an investigator from Daphne, for instance, if we were investigating the sheriff's office, or if it was a municipality, the lead investigator may be from the sheriff's office itself. So we do try to construct that the lead agents in charge are the ones that are conducting the investigation, not necessarily the agency themselves that may have a case involved in that.
Okay, we're done with. Are you satisfied with subject matter one?
Yep, I got one follow-up question I want to ask. You said $1,000 that fund this department from each municipality, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's, I think, about 14 incorporated municipalities in Baldwin County?
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about $1,400? Or?
It actually is probably going to be $12,000. There are a couple municipalities, for instance, that of Perdita Beach does not contribute. They don't have the funding and all. So usually we get about $12,000 a year that is contributed. Now, what we have done is there has been years that we have had no expenditures. And in that year, we have not assessed the cities for that. So we pretty much go on an as-needed basis, but we ask them to at least commit to $1,000 a year to support the program if it is needed.
Okay. All right, I'm satisfied with the answer. All right, next subject matter. Is it the responsibility of the task force to investigate, you pretty much already answered this, investigate the misconduct or the shooting that involved the police officer? At the conclusion of an investigation, are the findings made available to the public, shared with the family, or sent to the grand jury? More specifically, who shall receive the results of the task force finding?
Yes, sir. So initially, when the investigation is complete, they're initially reported to the district attorney. The district attorney then takes that case and it is presented to the grand jury for a review to determine if there's going to be an indictment, a no indictment, or any further investigation needed. Now, at the point of that process, depending on the case, there are discussions with the families of the ones. There may be discussions with some other individuals that are our agencies that may be involved in that case. But ultimately, as kind of a matter of course, once the investigation is concluded, the results are turned over to the DA's office. The DA's office then takes it to a grand jury, and then at a point in time in that process, there would be a discussion with the immediate and recognized next of kin in that particular case.
Okay, thank you. All right, my third question, subject matter. When will the body camera, if you know this, when will the body camera's video of the police-involved shooting of Otis French Jr., my nephew, be released to the public and especially to his family?
So in a case where there is body camera footage any type of video or audio coverage, those items are deemed as evidence. And so they are protected under Alabama statute and under rules of evidence until that case is dissolved or completed in the criminal investigation phase, which can be a grand jury if a grand jury does not have an indictment. It can also be, if there is an indictment, not until the conclusion of a criminal trial. Also, if there is civil litigation involved, now it is in the civil court, and that is also deemed as being evidence under the rules of court. So those items would not be divulged until such time as either one, the district attorney released the access to those items, or two, all legal processes involved in the case, whether they be criminal or civil, are taken care of, and then a determination would be made at that time.
On a normal circumstance, how long would an investigation last normally?
So an investigation is always considered to be open. So this investigation that you're particularly making reference to is an open, ongoing investigation. Usually that is determined until all written reports have been submitted to the district attorney so that they can be reviewed. That process can take anywhere from just a few months upwards to many months. It depends on the evidence that may have been collected in the case, if there are any other agencies involved, if there is some other specialized forensic analysis that may be done. So each case is kind of to its own. So I can tell you that could be anywhere from 2 to 4 months up to, I would say, several months. It just depends on that case.
Thank you. Fourth subject matter. What was the process or procedure used to clear the officer to return to work that shot and killed Otis French Jr.? And was the mayor of Bamanet and the city council members involved in the decision to return the officer involved in the shooting of Otis French back to patrol duty?
So and I'm going to give you an answer kind of in reverse form. As to A, I have no personal knowledge of that. Okay, I don't have any idea of how the mayor or the council may have participated. As to number 4, I can give you, once again, the general answer. So in any officer involved shooting, misconduct, investigation, there are 2 investigations. One is to determine if there was a criminal act that was committed. That is what's going to go through the district attorney, the grand jury, and things of that nature. As it relates to personnel, that's an internal investigation that is conducted by the employing agency. And the decision of whether or not to return that officer to light duty, displaced duty, full duty, or remain on administrative leave is the sole decision of the employing agency.
So the task force don't make no recommendation to the municipality?
Not a recommendation. Obviously, we would, if there's criminal misconduct, they're going to be notified of criminal misconduct, which may lead them to make a decision. But as to the internal side of it, which the internal side is normally answered, did the officer act within the scope, policies, and procedures of that agency? And they're the ones that answers that question.
Understood. Last and final question. I thank you for being giving me those answers and to the best of your ability. But my last question: were outside entity involved in the investigation of the shooting of O.J. French Jr. on August 20, 2022, such as the Alabama Bureau of Investigation (ABI), Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI), or Department of Justice (DOJ)?
So the agencies that are involved, once again, go to the particular case. In this case, obviously, you had the agencies that are involved with the MCU, the Baldwin County Coroner's Office, the Baldwin County District Attorney's Office. It is my understanding now the Alabama Attorney General's Office is also involved in the review of the case. In that, normally, if we get an inquiry from the FBI. That comes from them based upon a complaint or an issue that they may have been aware of, and I do not know of any at this time, any issue with that. And to the Alabama Bureau of Investigation, no, sir, they were not involved in this case.
On a normal practices, you said they're involved in certain instances, so this instance wouldn't qualify them to be involved in the investigation for the ABI or the FBI.
So the FBI only looks at constitutional right issues normally in the investigations, and if there's a case that involves anything that involves whether or not an individual's constitutional rights were violated, then at that time the Department of Justice and the FBI would come in, and that normally does not come in until after the investigation may have been concluded or reviewed by a grand jury. The ABI is a request-only agency. Actually, now it's called SBI. And the SBI is a request-only agency that primarily provides investigative support services to really rural counties. In fact, our agency ourselves has had to conduct investigations in some areas where SBI might have been contacted, but they don't have the personnel or the manpower to do it. So they normally work within the very rural areas of the county, and as I said, SBI was not a part of this investigation.
Thank you. I want to thank the commissioners for allowing me this opportunity to ask these questions, because I have sisters and brothers that is really, really grieving hard. That a routine violation, traffic violation, escalate to somebody being killed. And it's hard. And it's going on 2 months, and we haven't received any kind of answers to satisfy this family of what transpired. So that's why we're here today, and I know it's an ongoing investigation, and we do have things in place on outside to try to get some answers. But I do thank Sheriff Mack, the council, for the commissioner for allowing us to come in and speak this morning. And with that said, I just thank you. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mr. French.
Y'all have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Anybody else here from the for public comments? Okay. We're going to go back to commissioner requests. Are there any requests?
No. Nope. Nope.
Any public comments? Oh, excuse me. That's my tired brain. Senior staff.
None, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have no addendum.
County attorney informed me that executive session's been scratched.
He stole my thunder.
So his head's not on the chopping block anymore. Commissioner comments.
What, you got press?
Go ahead, Commissioner Group.
Press questions. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
You're going to take.
Press questions.
And hungry.
Yes, sir. Please come up to the podium.
How's it going? Christopher Lugo, Channel 5. You guys had a kind of hiccup on the ARPA a couple months ago and risked into those bonuses. Since then, do you feel confident that you're moving in the right direction with the ARPA funds?
Yes. I feel like we are, as a county commission.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to start with Commissioner?
Anybody else from the press?
Nope. Press is all gone.
They all left. We outweighted them. We outweighted them. All right. So that's a tactic where you'll learn, Commissioner McKenzie. If you keep them here to lunch, they'll leave.
Doesn't work on me.
I know, not you. But you showed. I think you showed up late though, unless you've been here since 8 o'clock.
And that's all you
Good
wanted
deal.
to know, and you waited here all day.
Well, all right, Commissioner Gruber.
Okay, thank the staff for what they did today with, I mean, this was a pretty good sized agenda, and all the awards, Commissioner, Representative Faust, Deputy Warren Williams, and, the staff getting this together was remarkable. Our planning staff for doing what they did and creating another district, that was requested by the citizens, and for us to be able to have another zoning district is good. So, just want to thank them and everyone, continue marching. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It's been a long day. Someone texted me and said, smile more. I'm like, I smiled for 3 hours. So I'll give you that big 32-tooth salute now. But this was a tough one. It started out, all the good stuff, and then when we get to these planning and zoning things, I want to thank you guys. Please don't ever think that if we don't always agree on something that it's not right. This is a complicated process that even for people like you guys, who I brag on you all the time, have brilliant minds, it's complicated, it's tedious, it's hard, and I don't prefer the process, but you guys work through it greatly, and I doubt our legislative members are watching this, but I think it needs revision. I didn't ask that in the commissioner request because we can't do anything about it, but I think that there needs to be some revision in there to give more time frame to looking at this, because this is huge. This is huge. So I'm tired, so I don't know nothing else to say, but thank you, everybody, staff, my colleagues up here, and even all the people that are not here now that endured this. Thank y'all.
I'd just like to say thank you to the staff. Of course, everybody's already saying that, but and to the commissioners and to Joe Faust and Captain Williamson for their accomplishments. We have something going on in Barnwell on Community Day. It's November 5th, so if anybody's around the Barnwell community on November the 5th, please come out. It's our second time that we're going to do the community center, trying to raise money and try to get it back going. That's where my dad went to school years ago, and we're just trying to get it back. We got the we got the marker there, and we got it moved, and it's going to be a little celebration there. So if y'all have time, please come out. November 5th, 9 to 4.
Staff did a wonderful job, as well as the commission. Sometimes we don't ever pat ourselves on the back, but today was a meeting that we worked together, made some big strides, and I want to thank y'all for bearing with it. A lot of things happened today from start to finish, from the start of being what seemed to be normal to some of the stuff that went outside our normal realm, and never once did we get flustered or frustrated, or we kept everything about us and we moved forward like we should. And difficult decisions sometimes, and Matthew, especially to y'all staff, y'all got a tough job, and I don't know, on that decision, we may have made y'all's life easy. It was hard for y'all to make a decision. Sometimes it takes us to help you out of, but we'll figure that out as we come. You've seen today a mirage of presentations from some of the greatest people in this county to what some of the greatest people in this county can accomplish when efforts aren't given up by the finding out the identity of a person that was missing for 22 years, all the way to a perfect example at the end of the day of how two individuals can have a casual conversation with each other, trying to get down to the bottom of something without any agitation, disruption, or whatever. It's how it's supposed to be done, and how messages are well received without a bunch of yelling and hollering. And I spoke a long time on the phone to Mr. French, and he's not even in here for me to thank him anymore, but he honored his word that at no time that he was going to get disrupted, because that's not part of what he's trying to accomplish. He needs answers, and I think he was pleased with the answers he got, or at least satisfied with them, and can start moving forward into the other direction. So I just wanted to thank the commission for allowing me the time to have Mr. French here, because he did I couldn't hold him to a time frame. I wanted him to be able to have that rapport with the sheriff and get the answers that he needed, and it seemed like it worked out great. Thank you. It's always good to see Monica come back. I offered her a job again, but she said no again, so it's always good to see Monica in the house with us. But yeah, it's been even though it's been a long day, it's been a good day, I think. So
I think she kind of misses it, don't she?
I think they've got her talked into some kind of part-time something maybe down the line, as I can't remember. Just see me after the meeting. Anyway, with that being said, Commissioners, is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All right, so at 12:43, Commissioner Underwood has made a motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner McKenzie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.